Welcome to the Underclass Podcast with Austin Picard. I'm an independent researcher who can't stomach being lied to on a daily basis by the mainstream media, while we live in a fracturing society launched into parallel realities, falling perfectly onto the two sides of the political spectrum. I remain in the underclass. In the February 17th, 1970 edition of the Fayetteville Observer, journalist Pat Reese provides the first account of the Fort Bragg murder case, which still intrigues 50 years later. As the story goes, an Army doctor's wife and their two young children were stabbed to death in their Fort Bragg home early today, apparently murder victims of a ritualistic hippie cult. The doctor, Captain Jeffrey MacDonald, 26, 6 Special Forces, was reported in satisfactory condition late this morning at Womack Army Hospital, where he is being treated for multiple stab wounds. The victims were identified as McDonald's wife, Colette, 26, and the couple's two daughters, Kimberly, 6, and Kristen Jean, age 2. Military authorities said McDonald told them 4 people, 3 men and a woman, burst through the rear door of the home at approximately 4 a.m., chanting, "LSD is great, LSD is great," while the family slept. One of the suspects, a blonde woman wearing a floppy hat and muddy white boots, was carrying a candle, according to a report from the investigating officers. Officers said another suspect was a Negro man wearing a jacket with sergeant stripes on the sleeves. They said the 2 other suspects were reportedly white men. Military police said when they arrived at the couple's Corregidor Courts home, a 6-room, 1-story brick structure, they found the front door locked. They went to the rear door, which was open, and entered the home. They reported finding the 2 small girls in a bedroom where they had died from stab wounds. One military policeman said furniture in the home had been overturned, indicating a struggle had taken place. Mrs. McDonald also was dead from stab wounds in the parents' bedroom. McDonald was lying partially conscious next to her. He had managed to reach a telephone to call for help. McDonald reportedly contacted the long-distance switchboard from the Carolina Telephone and Telegraph Company office in Fayetteville, and the assistant chief operator, Miss Caroline Landon, reportedly called police on the basis of the sketchy information he had given her. Miss Landon could not be reached for comment, and W.D. Daniels, traffic manager for the telephone company, said he had been instructed by the investigation division not to give out any information on that. The word pigs was printed in blood on the headboard of the bed in the parents' bedroom, according to officials. A club and an ice pick were found outside the home, but police said they had not determined what part the instruments played in the crime. First reports indicated the victims had been stabbed over and over again. Roadblocks were set up around the base. The quartet apparently made good their escape. All law enforcement agencies in the area were asked to help. State Bureau of Investigation was scheduled to enter the investigation late this morning. Federal Bureau of Investigation and CID from Fort Bragg were in charge of the search. McDonald is a native of Patchogue, New York, and has been stationed at Fort Bragg since last August with the Preventative Medicine Division of the 6th Special Forces. Records indicate his wife was born in Brooklyn, New York. Walter Cronkite introduced the evening edition of CBS News, Friday, December 11th, 1970, by describing Captain Jeffrey MacDonald as a man under a cloud. He lost his family under horrible circumstances, and he's fighting for his honor. His ordeal began last winter at his residence of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. CBS reporter Bob Schaefer narrates the story, claiming that it appeared to be a grim rewrite of the Sharon Tate murders in California. McDonald told a bizarre story. 3 young men and a woman had attacked the family for no apparent reason. On May 1st, 1970, the Army charged him with murder. Finally, in late October, the charges against the captain were dropped. Meanwhile, the FBI in North Carolina have notified McDonald's relatives that they are not investigating, but still unanswered is who did it.
Do you think this murder case is going to ever be solved? I think it could have been solved. I think quite clearly the evidence shows it could have been solved because people were in custody who apparently had something to do with the killings. On 3 different occasions that we're aware of, the same person twice and another person on another occasion were in custody. Were released from custody. Later on, information then led the officials to understand that they had probably an important person in custody. It's warned that evidence that clearly doesn't implicate me implicates me. So how can they take that same evidence now and try to show that it proves someone else is guilty? Of course, we were well aware that there was a allegedly secret grand jury meeting in North Carolina, and it met for a period of about 6 months. This was in 1974, and this was, of course, 4 years after I had been released from the Army and cleared of all of this. The grand jury was presented the same facts that were presented in 1970, except they were collared by a prosecuting attorney, and there was no defense attorney in the room, as there never is in a grand jury case. I was arrested here at my home in 1974. It's really a bad memory. I think to be sort of stripped and handcuffed while your mother's sitting in the room watching and crying and trying to get to the phone to call an attorney 4 years after we've been into this was a little outlandish. 3 FBI agents and then taken to Orange County Jail and transferred to Los Angeles County Jail to maximum security. $500,000 bail posted. I mean, just extraordinary things occurred every step of the way. I've been living and working here in Los Angeles now for 7 years, at that time 4 years. I'm director of a busy emergency department, and the FBI handcuffs me and throws me in the back of a car and drags me in the jail and puts a $500,000 bail on me for something that I've already been found innocent of. I mean, I think it's outrageous.
Professor Siegel, do you consider your client to have stood trial and been acquitted?
The answer is, Tom, because of the uniqueness of the military proceedings in 1970. What has happened is there was a complete and full court hearing, at which the conclusion of that court hearing, after court proceedings, which were 4 weeks, 4 full weeks in length, spread out over a period of several months because there was intervening investigation done by the court. There was a 2,000-page court record. There were 60-some witnesses called by between the defense and the prosecution. Each side put on every witness known to them to have any material evidence. And based upon that, there is no doubt in my mind that the finding was that the charges are not true and that there has been a decision in this case.
Colonel Rock also wrote, I believe, that he felt the case needed further investigation by outside investigative agencies such as the FBI. Didn't that, in effect, leave the case open or the decision not final?
It left the decision totally final as to Jeff MacDonald, because Colonel Rock, who was the presiding officer at these proceedings, made only 2 findings. The first finding was that the charges against Jeff MacDonald were not true. The second finding was that a woman who had been uncovered by myself and the defense investigators working with me was in fact a person whom he believed the civilian authorities should actively investigate for her complicity in the murders of the McDonald family and on the serious assault on Dr. McDonald himself.
As a lawyer, you know the wheels of justice grind slowly. As far as a murder indictment is concerned, what is a fair and speedy trial? Do you think that, obviously in this case you feel too much time has gone by, but considering the seriousness of this case and the data that the Justice Department has, how do you define what a fair and speedy trial is from your viewpoint?
Well, let me define it by how the prosecutors in the McDonald case defined it. The investigation of the murders began on February 17th of 1970. By the 1st of May, the prosecutors had determined to charge Jeff, and by the beginning of June, the prosecuting attorneys for the Army were satisfied that they had assembled all of the evidence that they needed. And the answer is they probably had, because they had the services of all the Army CID investigators that they needed. They had the assistance of the FBI. They had the service of the Army CID criminal laboratory. There was absolutely nothing lacking, and they were chafing at the bit to go to the first stage of the military proceedings in 1970. And as I said to you, They put on something like 25 witnesses. At the conclusion of the hearings, Colonel Rock, the presiding officer, said, was there anything else that anybody thought he should hear about, any witness he should hear from? And the answer was the prosecutors had none. And to this date, Tom, there is not a single new witness, not a single new fact of any sort. So the answer is probably that from February through June was a sufficient period of time, somewhere between 4 to 6 months, for the prosecutors to be ready, and they should have been ready to go to trial, and this case should have been disposed of a long time ago.
Should the Supreme Court reverse the lower courts and say this murder indictment should stand, will you then move on another era, into another aspect of it, on double jeopardy?
Yes, there's no question about it. There were two significant issues that we raised when the indictment came down against Dr. McDonald. One was the fact that there's been a 45-month delay from the original bringing of the charges against him to the new indictment in January 75. But the other aspect is the fact that the military proceedings in 1970 constitute a finding in which there was an adjudication of the actual guilt or innocence. And Colonel Rock, in his finding, which was then approved by every level of command over him, had concluded that the charges were not true. And therefore, it tells us that that is in fact barred by the double jeopardy provision of the Constitution. I might also mention that the United States Court of Appeals, which threw out this case on speedy trial grounds, mentioned specifically that it thought that we had a serious constitutional issue on the double jeopardy ground, but they weren't going to decide it since one decision was enough at a time.
Up till now, everything was totally normal. There was nothing unusual at all in our life that we were aware of. The next thing I knew, I was awakened on the couch, and I was awakened by a combination of hearing my wife screaming for help and asking for me, and my older daughter, 5-year-old, yelling, screaming for help, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy." And my wife was saying, "Jeff, Jeff, why are they doing this? Help, Jeff." And I started to push up. There was a little light on in the kitchen, which is a small apartment, and there was some light in the living room from this light in the kitchen. And there were, to my immediate view, 3 people. It turned out there were 4, but I saw 3 people, a black male, 2 white males. The black male had on an army jacket with E6 sergeant stripes. And in the ensuing struggle, there were 2 episodes of time, very, very brief, in which I saw what I took to be a white female in a broad floppy hat with stringy blonde hair. And I heard her say, "Acid is groovy, kill the pigs." I heard her say that more than once, and also the term acid and rain. It was raining outside at the time. But as I awakened on the couch, I didn't know what was going on. I heard my wife, I heard my daughter, and I saw these people, and I either said, and I to this day don't know if I said it or thought I was going to say it, "What the hell are you doing here? Who are you? What's going on?" And the black male to my left raised something, and he swung a club at me, and I threw my hand up, and he hit me in the head with a club, which I took to be a baseball bat. He drove me back to the couch that I was sleeping on, and now my head was ringing, and I was having a hard time getting up, and the comforter was still over my legs, but I pushed back up, and I'm trying to, and I was getting struck in the chest and about the head, and I threw my hand up again and took another blow to the side of the head, and during this time I suddenly developed a real severe chest pain, and I remember real distinctly thinking to myself, this guy throws a hell of a punch. And I presume that was the stab wound that collapsed my lung.
Is your wife still screaming, or is that stopped?
I don't know. I don't know when it stopped. I heard her, and the voice rings in my ears to this day, so I don't know when it stopped.
So you're now cut and hit, and you're lying on the couch?
I didn't know I was being cut. I was... All of a sudden, in this struggle, I'm trying to push these people away and get up at the same time. I finally got my left leg on the floor, and that gave me a little leverage, and I started to move forward, and I finally grabbed the black male's arm as he swung it, and he kept jerking his arm away to pull the weapon away, and my hand kept sliding down on the weapon, which is how I know it was a baseball bat, because it was smooth.
Who called, then they left?
Well, the next thing I knew, I was tumbling towards the floor, and I saw the bare knee of what I took to be this white female, and I saw the top of boots. At the time, they were called go-go boots. They were light in color, and they were glistening like they were wet. When I came to, the house was silent, and my first memory, as strange as it sounds, is the smell of Johnson's floor wax. My face was on the floor, and to this day, if I walk in a room that's recently waxed, I get a very weird feeling. Because
did you call the MPs or the police? Or
when I went down into the master bedroom and found my wife brutally murdered, I tried to give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. It didn't work, and eventually I made my way to 2 other bedrooms and found my children in the same state. I called the MPs.
What happens when a narrative takes the place of reality?
The infamous crime happened back in 1970.
Dr. Jeffrey MacDonald has been charged with the murders of his pregnant wife and their 2 young daughters. MacDonald blamed the crime on a group of hippies.
Either Jeffrey MacDonald slaughtered his family and then tried to hide that fact, or there were intruders imitating the Manson family, including a girl with a floppy hat who attempted to kill him and killed his family.
The jury was convinced he's in prison.
Well, they are innocent people in jail.
If somebody kills your daughter and 2 grandchildren, are you supposed to sit back and do nothing about it?
It's got to have been a painful experience for
Very
you.
painful. Emotionally, financially.
This was a good man who loved his children.
Jeff's not the kind of guy who does this.
This case had so much publicity. It was on the headlines every day.
A best-selling book, the miniseries.
The television movie Fatal Vision.
Millions of people saw Jeffrey MacDonald killing his family. It solidified people's views about the case.
Does it seem strange to you that no one else has confessed?
It's not really quite accurate to say that no one has confessed.
This was the lady in the floppy hat.
She said she was involved in the Jeffrey MacDonald murders.
Do you think it is a personal vendetta against you?
The easy answer is to jump and say yes.
That's the thread you grab and you start pulling on it till you unravel the damn sweater.
The mystery is about what happened in that house. Many, many people have gone back over this, wandering in that wilderness of conflicting evidence, of mistakes, of errors. When you think it's over with, the story is just beginning.
This week, we wander through the wilderness of error, only to witness the ultimate miscarriage of justice through a fatal vision, intentionally obscuring the very concept of a fair trial. A formidable tale, inevitably revealing the continuing persecution of an innocent man adrift in the American gulag. The Jeffrey MacDonald murder case remains one of the most litigated murder cases in American criminal history, yet no one seems to be aware of the facts that clearly involve the suppression of exculpatory evidence in order to secure a criminal conviction for the corrupt prosecution. It's time we see through this thin veneer, designed to distract us from the obvious patterns we're intended to ignore. The very patterns which would unintentionally acknowledge the significant conflicts of interest, protected criminal informants, fraudulent federal cover-ups, large-scale drug trafficking, and even the malevolent practice of black magic requiring the use of fertility death rituals and satanic ritual abuse. Our story begins with a brief introduction to the case provided by Errol Morris in Chapter 1 of his book, A Wilderness of Error. Take the case of Jeffrey MacDonald. Throughout the 1970s and 1980s, the story was endlessly retold in the media. It was enshrined in a best-selling book, Fatal Vision by Joe McGinnis. In TV journalism, 60 Minutes with Mike Wallace, and ultimately, in an incredibly popular TV miniseries with the same title as the book, starring Carl Malden, Gary Cole, and Eva Marie Saint. The 60 Minutes segment on September 18, 1983, was the season premiere of the show. It was watched by 30 million people. The book appeared a couple of months later, and in the following years, sold 5 million copies. The two-part miniseries on NBC was the most popular miniseries of the year. Eventually, the media frenzy ran its course, and the public was sated with the version of events it had been fed. The case was cracked. Punishment was administered. Justice had been done. And Jeffrey MacDonald was condemned to the story that had been created around him. The McDonald case was once well known, but is quickly lapsing into obscurity. McDonald was on the fast track. Princeton for 3 years, medical school at Northwestern, a Green Beret captain at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. He had been accepted for a residency in orthopedics at Yale to follow his service in the military. He was young, handsome, and married to his childhood sweetheart, Colette Stevenson. They had 2 young daughters, Kimberly, aged 5, and Kristen, aged 2. They dreamed of owning a farm in Connecticut. They had a bright and promising future. That ended early in the morning on February 17, 1970. The MPs who had responded to a call for help had found Colette, who was 4 months pregnant with a son, lying on the floor of the master bedroom. She had been brutally beaten and stabbed. Both her arms had been broken. Her skull had been fractured. And there were numerous knife stabs in her chest and neck, as well as 24 of what appeared to be ice pick stab wounds to her chest and arm. Kimberly and Kristen had been found dead in their beds. Kimberly had been stabbed, and the right side of her head had been crushed with a club. Kristen had been stabbed, but there were no fractures. There was blood everywhere. McDonald told Ken Micah, one of the first MPs at the scene, "Check my kids. I can't breathe." Micah began to give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. McDonald was lapsing in and out of consciousness, but he described to Micah how he had been sleeping on the couch in the living room, then was awakened by screams. He saw people at the foot of the couch. Micah asked whom he had seen, and McDonald described the assailants. There were 4 of them. 1 blonde Caucasian female. She had a floppy hat on. 2 male Caucasians, and 1 black male. Why did they do this? Micah told Lieutenant Joseph Polk, one of his superiors, that he had seen a woman matching the description on his way to the McDonald home. No effort was made to pick her up. Within minutes, McDonald was loaded into an ambulance and taken to Womack Army Hospital, where he was treated for multiple bruises, an abrasion, small punctures, 2 stab wounds, 1 in his stomach and 1 on the right side of his chest, and a collapsed lung, serious injury, but not a mortal one. Specialist 7th Class William Ivory was the investigator on duty for the Fort Bragg office of the CID, Criminal Investigation Division of the Army. He arrived about 15 minutes after the first MPs and took detailed notes on what he saw. A woman, apparently dead, is lying on her back next to a green armchair. The upper portions of her body was extremely bloody. She was clad in what looks like pink pajama pants. A towel or bath mat was laying across her abdomen. Across her chest was some blue cloth, with a part of it trailing across the floor to her left side. This was later identified as a blue pajama top. Ivory observed that Colette McDonald had multiple head injuries and stab wounds in her chest and throat, and a large pool of blood was found under her head and shoulders. Nearby there was a pajama pocket, apparently torn from the pajama top, and then he found what appeared to be a murder weapon. Between the green armchair and the dresser on the north wall, there is observed a small wooden-handled knife. A close inspection revealed a blood stain near the point of the blade. Ivory went on to note that the living room was relatively tidy. The furnishings on the west side of the living room did not appear to have been disturbed. A coffee table in the east side of the living room in front of a brown divan was tipped on its edge, and under the edge there were numerous magazines, the titles of which were not noted at the time. There was a plant with the roots in dirt a few feet east of the overturned table, and a white plant pot sitting upright just north of the edge of the table. About a half hour later, Robert Shaw, another CID investigator, arrived. His case file continues the story of the investigation. 3 weapons were discovered just outside the back door of the house. At 0642 hours, a search of the outside of the quarters was conducted by this investigator. Found, located near the northeast entrance to the quarters, a wooden club which appeared to bear bloodstains, and a paring knife with a brown handle, and an ice pick with a tan wood handle. This location of these items was sketched, and the weapons were collected as evidence. Decision was made to collect this evidence because the photographer on the scene had run out of film or bulbs or had some other tech problem, and there would be an appreciable delay before he could take a picture. Ivory, a young and relatively inexperienced agent, quickly came to the conclusion that there was something wrong with the crime scene. There were signs of a struggle, but perhaps not enough to suggest the presence of 4 intruders. It wasn't long before Ivory and Shaw devised their own theory of the crime. Narratives are ubiquitous. They are part of the way people see the world, part of the way people think. All of us, myself included. Without them, we would be overwhelmed with undigested, raw facts. That doesn't mean that all narratives are created equal. There is fiction and there is nonfiction, and one of the differences between fiction and fact is that a fictional character is controlled by its creator. It has no reality off the page. Only what the writer, the author, ultimately decides. But what happens when the narrative of a real-life crime overwhelms the evidence? When evidence is rejected, suppressed, misinterpreted, or is left uncollected at the crime scene simply because it does not support the chosen narrative? It is easy to confuse a search for revealing plot details with a search for evidence. There is a difference. In one case, we are wandering through a landscape of words. In the other, we are in the physical world. By all accounts, the crime scene was horrific. 3 bloody and battered bodies. But one detail stood out. On the headboard in the master bedroom, the word pig was written in blood. Recalling, perhaps reenacting, the Manson family murders committed only months before. In a real sense, the story of the McDonald murders begins in the summer of 1969 with Charles Manson and his drug-crazed followers. In the 1995 book Fatal Justice, authors Jerry Potter and Fred Bost begin by perfectly illustrating these brutal Manson-styled murders on Castle Drive. At the end of a rainy Monday afternoon, February 16, 1970, Green Beret physician Jeffrey MacDonald left his office at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. For a while, he played basketball with friends. Then he stopped by his apartment to pick up his 2 little daughters. As they had done nearly every day for 6 weeks, they drove out to a farm where he had rented space for Trooper, the Shetland pony he had bought them for Christmas. As he approached the small barn he had built, Captain McDonald saw that the drizzle had turned the barnyard to mud, so the children didn't ride that day. 2-year-old Kristen, as usual, held a carrot while the horse's big teeth munched down toward her tiny fingers. Finally, her father told her it was time to turn the carrot loose. She did, reluctantly, and reached for another. Kimberly, delicate and already ladylike at age 5, hadn't responded as eagerly to the horse, so McDonald and the girl's mother, Paulette, added a bunny to their little farm. When they had fed and watered both animals, McDonald drove his daughters home for dinner. Within hours, at 3:33 the next morning, telephone operator Carolyn Landon in Fayetteville, North Carolina, took a strange call. A man's faint voice gasped. "My name is Captain McDonald. Stabbing. Need a doctor. MP's in an ambulance at 544 Castle Drive. Hurry." "Is this on post or off post?" she asked. "Damn it, lady. My family. It's on post." "In that case, I'm sorry, sir. You'll have to call the military police yourself. You see, Landon heard a clatter as McDonald dropped the phone. She kept the line open and dialed the military police at Fort Bragg, gave the desk sergeant the address, then waited about 3 minutes until she finally heard a noise in her receiver. "Is this Captain McDonald?" she asked. "Yes. Don't you understand? I need—" "Just a minute, sir." She connected the relays and listened to the conversation. She heard a man's voice ask, "Can I help you?" "Thank God," McDonald said. "We've been stabbed. People are dying. I may be dying. We need a doctor, an ambulance. 544 Castle Drive." "They'll be right there," the man said. The operator heard the desk sergeant yell to someone, "Get me Womack ASAP." But Womack Army Hospital was not sending help. The non-commissioned officer on duty at the hospital had told the MP desk sergeant that an ambulance would not be dispatched until the military police first went out to the McDonald residence and checked things out. First Lieutenant Joseph Lloyd Polk was the officer in charge of the military police patrol on duty that night. He and his driver, David Dickerson, departed the operations building to personally check out the call. As Polk left, he instructed the radio dispatcher to send support from patrolling units, but the dispatcher didn't express a sense of urgency, nor did he inform the MPs that Captain McDonald had mentioned stabbings. Instead, at 3:42 a.m., the dispatcher issued a domestic disturbance call to all cruising MPs, a DD in progress at 544 Castle Drive. He told his MPs he would keep the McDonald phone line open, adding that they should pick up the telephone at the residence and make an immediate report of the situation. The Corregidor Courts area of Fort Bragg consisted of single-family and large brick multifamily buildings on grassy yards amid meandering tree-lined streets. All the units were reserved for warrant and commissioned officers. Military policemen Kenneth Micah and Dennis Morris, assigned to patrol there that night, responded to the radio call. They understood this was a domestic disturbance, so they didn't hurry. The rain had stopped. The canvas side curtains remained on their Jeep as they eased through a red light on Honeycutt Road at Lucas Drive, about 3 blocks from the McDonald home. Micah, in the passenger seat, was surprised to see a woman standing alone on the corner. Although the plastic window of the side curtain was still wet with mist, he saw she wore a wide, floppy-brimmed hat and a dark raincoat hemmed above her knees. Micah wondered aloud to his partner what the woman might be doing there at 3:55 a.m. in such bad weather. He later said that if he hadn't been responding to a call, he would have stopped to check her out. As the pair braked their Jeep in front of 544 Castle Drive, they found a half-dozen other MPs already gathered at that end of the 4-family building. White lettering centered on the front door read, "Captain J.R. McDonald." Lieutenant Polk pounded on the door, but got no response. The apartment was silent. Polk told his men to check the back. Sergeant Richard Tavere found the rear screen door closed, the back door itself open. He entered through a small utility room into a master bedroom to see 2 motionless bodies lying tangled together on the floor. The room was splattered with blood, and the unsettling stench of fresh blood stung his nostrils. He turned around, raced back through the door, charged into the open backyard, and yelled, "They've been stabbed!" Other MPs rushed through the rear door and into the master bedroom to find a woman's battered, bloody body, heavy around the middle. She lay face up and unmoving, one sightless eye open, the bloody soles of her feet toward the door. At her left side, a man lay on his belly, his head cradled on her left shoulder, his face turned away from hers, his left arm stretched across her still body. The man wore only blue pajama trousers. Micah moved forward and knelt beside the pair. The man stirred and moaned, "Check my kids. How are my kids? I heard my kids crying." Micah darted through the doorway into the hall. In the unlighted room to the left, a sweep of his flashlight revealed the motionless body of a small, brown-haired girl in bed, almost invisible beneath the covers. His flashlight beam revealed that her head had been smashed. Micah left the room to encounter MP Williams standing in the hall, his face pale. Moving on, Micah passed a lighted bathroom on his right. In the room beyond it, he spotted the body of a younger girl on a small bed. Blood dripped off the bed into a dark puddle on the floor. The child lay still as stone. She wasn't breathing. Micah quickly checked the rest of the house, then hurried back to the master bedroom where he found his fellow MPs standing dumbstruck, doing nothing to help the injured McDonald, who was now trying to sit up. Micah forced his way between the two bodies and pushed McDonald onto his back. The injured man was trembling, and his teeth chattered. "I can't breathe. I need a chest tube," he gasped. Then he appeared to lose consciousness. Micah began applying mouth-to-mouth resuscitation as other MPs looked on. DeVere picked up the telephone handset from the dresser to report the situation. Unknown to him, however, the desk sergeant, William Boulware, had already received a report by radio and had hung up his own phone, thereby closing the connection. Landon, the telephone operator, had also left the line when she heard the MPs arrive. DeVere heard no dial tone. Not knowing another phone in the kitchen remained off the hook, he believed the line was still open. He spoke into it, but received no response. He said he replaced the handset where he had found it on the dresser. Under Micah's ministrations, the injured man revived, only to collapse again. Micah again performed mouth-to-mouth until his patient began to struggle. "Fuck me, man. Look to my wife," McDonald gasped, pushing Micah away. "I tried to find a pulse," McDonald said. "Check the pulse in her leg." "Who did this?" Micah asked. "Check my wife, check my kids," the man pleaded, then groaned. "Why did they do this to me? Who did it?" The man's teeth were still chattering, but he was breathing better. He told Micah, 3 men, a woman, 1 man was colored. He wore a field jacket, sergeant stripes, a woman, blonde hair, floppy hat, short skirt, muddy boots. She carried a light, I think a candle. Micah looked up at Lieutenant Polk and told him about the floppy-hatted woman he and Morris had passed only minutes earlier, a few blocks back. He asked Polk, "Don't you think we ought to send out a patrol?" But Lieutenant Polk ignored Micah's suggestion. He continued writing on his clipboard as the injured man began a bizarre story. "I heard Colette scream." In my effort to further expose myself to the detailed evidence put forward in the United States versus Jeffrey MacDonald, I carefully read through the case text from the publicly available court documents with the intention of re-examining the evidence as a whole. The description of the crime scene begins at approximately 3:45 a.m. on February 17, 1970. Military police were summoned to the apartment of Jeffrey MacDonald, then a captain in the U.S. Army Medical Corps assigned to the Special Forces at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Once arriving at 544 Castle Drive, the MPs found that the front door of the McDonald residence was locked. They were able to gain entrance through the unlocked utility room door at the rear of the ground-level apartment. Upon entering the master bedroom, which was immediately adjacent to the utility room, MP Sergeant Richard Tavere and Specialist 4 Kenneth Micah observed Jeffrey MacDonald, clad only in his pajama bottoms, lying on the shag rug adjacent to and partially covering his wife's body. Initially, Specialist Micah thought MacDonald was dead. After MacDonald regained consciousness, he repeatedly asked the MPs about his children, and in response to questions from the MPs, told them that the intruders had come into his house. Specifically, a band of 4 hippies, including a blonde female wearing muddy boots and floppy hat and carrying a candle, 2 white males, and an African-American male wearing an army field jacket with sergeant stripes. MacDonald reported that the female said, "Acid is groovy. Kill the pigs." MacDonald reported that he had been stabbed and that he may go into shock. The MPs began performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on him. The MPs also walked through the apartment to check on MacDonald's children. They found MacDonald's daughter, Kimberly, age 5.5, tucked into her bed in the front or south bedroom. Kristen, age 2.5, was found in the back, or north bedroom. One of the MPs, Micah, while responding to the crime scene, had observed a woman standing outside in the rain or mist on a street corner, approximately 1/2 mile from the McDonald residence. The woman had shoulder-length hair and was wearing a wide-brimmed hat. Had he not been responding to an emergency, Micah would have stopped to investigate this woman. In any event, upon hearing the description McDonald gave of his alleged assailants, Micah advised his supervisors of the woman he had seen and suggested that a patrol be sent to find her. About 10 minutes after the MPs arrived at the McDonald residence, an ambulance came and transported McDonald to Womack Army Medical Center. The investigation of the crime scene by Army Criminal Investigation Detachment CID agents and the MPs after McDonald was removed from the scene showed the following. Colette's chest was partially covered by McDonald's blue pajama top, and her abdomen was partially covered by a Hilton hotel bath mat. Inside the master bedroom, the investigators observed blood splatter on the walls and the ceiling in type A blood, same as Colette. The word pig was written in blood, later determined to be type A, on the headboard of the master bed. The bottom sheet on the bed in the master bedroom had a large urine stain on the right-hand side and was partially pulled up as if the bed were being changed. Lying adjacent to the doorway was a pile of bedding consisting of the top sheet from the master bed and the bedspread inside the sheet, both blood-stained. A pocket torn from McDonald's pajama top was found on the upturned side of the multicolored throw rug adjacent to Colette's left foot. The pocket was stained in what was revealed to be type A blood, and later testing indicated that the staining occurred after the pocket was torn off, because the corresponding area of the pajama top from which the pocket had been ripped was soaked in blood, but the inner surface of the pajama pocket was not stained with blood. It is undisputed that each member of the McDonald family had a different blood type. Colette type A, Jeffrey type B, Kimberly type AB, Kristen type O. In Kristen's bedroom, they found blood splatters on the wall above her bed, a large soaking stain on the top sheet adjacent to her right hip, and a stain on the bottom sheet. All these stains were type A blood. A knotted and broken thick green acrylic yarn, identical to those typically used by Colette to tie her hair, and stained with type O blood like Kristen's, was found on the throw rug. A large pool of blood, also type O blood, was found beside the bed. Additionally, MPs observed 2 bloody bare footprints on the door exiting Kristen's room. These prints were later determined to be in type A blood, like Colette's, and a fingerprint examiner, Hilliard Medlin, identified them as having been made by McDonald's bare left foot. Despite what investigators characterized as an extensive search, they found nothing of evidentiary value in the living room. Specifically, no fibers, threads, bloodstains, or splinters were found. CID agent Shaw did find, however, a bunch of tangled blue fibers at the south side of the hallway at the entrance to the living room. Once it started to get light outside, CID agents and MPs began to search the exterior perimeter of the quarters. They did not find footprints. They did find a piece of long wood lying on the ground with what looked like red stains, hair, and fibers on it. Subsequently, the club would be determined to have blood stains in both Colette's type A and Kimberly's type AB blood groups. The club also bore 2 purple cotton seam threads, like those in McDonald's pajama top, numerous rayon fibers matching the composition of the throw rug in the master bedroom, and 3 matching purple cotton sewing threads. CIDs also found an old hickory brand paring knife and an ice pick under a large bush at the corner of the quarters. Inside the master bedroom, a Geneva forge paring knife with a bent blade was found. On the rug of the master bedroom, adjacent to the left elbow of Colette McDonald, a piece of blood-stained latex was found. A finger section of what appeared to be a latex glove, also stained with type A blood, was found inside the sheet in the pile of bedding on the floor of the master bedroom. Packages of Perry brand disposable latex surgeon's gloves were found in a cabinet below the kitchen sink. Leading to this cabinet was a series of blood droplets in type B blood, like Jeffrey MacDonald's. Type B blood also was found on the sliding door of the linen closet, where a large quantity of medical supplies, including disposable scalpel blades and hypodermic syringes, were kept. Type B blood also was found on the rim of the sink beneath the mirror in the hall bath. In the living room, blood was found on an Esquire magazine, and later testing revealed a mixture of types A and AB, Paulette and Kimberly's blood types, respectively. McDonald's eyeglasses were found lying on the floor near the living room window, with a red speck, believed to be blood, visible on the outer surface of one of the lenses. A blood stain from the hall floor at the entrance to the living room was also found, and later testing indicated that it was either type B or type O blood. No other evidence of blood was found in the living room. The scene also was processed for fingerprints. In total, 44 usable latent fingerprints and 29 usable palm prints were lifted from the scene. Of these, 26 fingerprints and 11 palm prints were matched with McDonald family members or other investigators or individuals whose prints were available for comparison. A fingerprint that could not be matched with any known comparison print was found on a drinking glass, located on a table directly at the head of the sofa. The physical evidence collected at the scene also included wax drippings, taken from 3 different locations: the coffee table in the living room, the chair in Kimberly's bedroom, and the bedspread in Kimberly's bedroom. None of these samples matched any of the candles found in the McDonald home and submitted by investigators for comparison, nor did they match each other. Hilliard Medlin, CID examiner, testified that the 3 wax samples were brittle and dry, which indicated to him that the wax was at least several weeks old when he received it. He received the samples approximately 3 weeks after the murders. McDonald was first seen in the emergency room of Womack Army Hospital by Michael Newman, a senior clinical technician and combat medic. According to Newman, McDonald's vital signs were stable. He had wounds on his right chest, upper left arm, and upper left abdomen. McDonald had a lump or abrasion on his left forehead, which was not bleeding but seeping fluid. McDonald was treated for a punctured lung and other knife and stab wounds. He suffered at least a 20% and perhaps a 40% collapse of his right lung. McDonald remained in the intensive care unit for several days and then in the hospital for 9 days. The first CID agent to interview McDonald was Paul Connolly, who attempted to get a better description of the alleged intruders. McDonald told Connolly he had been attacked by 4 individuals in the living room, and one of whom he said had struck him with a club. McDonald told Connolly the club was like a baseball bat, and when he reached to grab it, it was slippery, like it had blood on it. On February 17, 1970, McDonald was interviewed as a victim witness by FBI Special Agent Robert Caverly. McDonald told Caverly that during his struggle with the 4 intruders, he pushed the African-American intruder and a white male away from the couch into the hallway, and both of the men tore at his pajama top. McDonald reported that when he awoke from being unconscious, he was on the floor in the hallway with his pajama top torn, bloody, and twisted around his wrist. On February 18, 1970, Agent Caverly again interviewed McDonald, who provided some additional information. Specifically, McDonald told Caverly that he had not checked either the back or front door, and that he may have gone into the hall bath to stop his bleeding. He also thought that the shorter white male intruder who was wielding an ice pick was wearing lightweight gloves that may have been surgical gloves. On April 6, 1970, McDonald appeared voluntarily at the Fort Bragg CID field office and waived his privilege against self-incrimination and his right to the presence of counsel. What he told the CID during this interview was tape-recorded and later transcribed. McDonald told CID agents that on the evening of February 16, 1970, Colette returned home from a class she had attended. They watched television, and Colette retired to bed first. At approximately 2 a.m., he decided to retire, and upon entering the master bedroom, he found that his youngest daughter, Kristen, had gotten into bed with his wife and had wet his side of the bed. McDonald returned Kristen to her own bed and then went to sleep on the living room couch. The next thing he knew, McDonald heard Colette screaming, Jeff, why are they doing this to me?" And his daughter Kimberly screaming, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy." McDonald saw 4 individuals, one of whom was a girl with a wavering light on her face who was chanting, "Acid is groovy, kill the pigs." McDonald also described his struggle in the living room, including the fact that his pajama top was removed from his body. Well, all I know is that when I was struggling, now after I had been hit the first time, I was struggling with these guys, and somehow my pajama top, I don't know if it was ripped forward or pulled over my head. I don't think it was pulled over my head. I don't remember actually, backing my head through it. But all of a sudden, it was around my hands and it was in my way. And I remember that I was holding this thing in my hand, the guy's hand, that I couldn't maneuver very well. My hands were kind of wrapped up in that thing. And as they were punching me, I was kind of using that a little bit, holding it. Right, exactly. Because this guy, I thought, was really punching me in the chest, in the stomach. Because I was getting hit across here, pointing to the midsection of his body. So in effect, I was blunting everything by, holding this up. And I couldn't get my hands free out of this thing. And I remember I ended up, when I was lying on the floor, it was still around my hands and everything, and I took it off as I was going into the bedroom. During the interview, McDonald recounted his movements throughout the apartment. He indicated that he lost consciousness after the struggle in the living room, and when he came to, he went to the master bedroom where he found Colette, removed a knife from her chest, and performed artificial resuscitation on her and covered her with his pajama top. He checked on both his daughters and then called an operator from the phone in the master bedroom. He then checked Colette and his daughters for a pulse, and then used the telephone again, this time in the kitchen. At some point during his movement throughout the apartment, he washed his hands in the hall bath sink. He looked out the back door, which was open once. At one point in the interview, McDonald was asked how the pocket from his pajama top found on the throw rug by Colette's feet had only a very minute amount of Colette's type A blood on it, while the pajama top was soaked with her blood and also had Kimberly's blood on it. He answered, I laid it over her. I'm sure I had blood all over my hands from everyone when I was checking for pulses and stuff. I had blood all over me, I know I checked carotid pulses in everyone, and I'm sure I got some blood on me from everyone. And I went back in to see my wife again. He also hypothesized that the intruders tracked the pocket into the bedroom after his struggle with them. McDonald denied recognizing the club and stated his family did not have an ice pick. He also denied that his family owned a Geneva forge knife or an old hickory paring knife. McDonald himself learned during this interview that many threads and yarns identical to those of his pajama top were found in the master bedroom, including under Colette's body. He also learned that investigators believed Kimberly had been struck in the master bedroom. On May 1, 1970, the Army formally charged McDonald with murder. On May 15, 1970, a formal investigation commenced pursuant to the requirements of Article 32, Uniform Code of Military Justice. The government presented 27 witnesses. McDonald called 29 witnesses in his defense and testified himself. At the conclusion of the evidence, the investigating officer, Colonel Warren Rock, filed a 90-page report summarizing more than 2,000 pages of transcript testimony and recommending that the charges against McDonald be dropped, and that the appropriate civilian authorities investigate a woman by the name of Helena Stokeley. In his report, Colonel Rock noted, there was conflicting evidence as to the degree the crime scene was preserved from the time the first MP arrived on the scene and until photographs were taken some minutes later. The controversy specifically relates to the fact of whether or not the white towel or blue pajama top were on Colette's body when first seen by the MPs, the location of the handset in the master bedroom, the relocation of the white flower pot holder in the living room by some unknown individual, and the number 12 to 14 of military police, CID agents, and medical personnel initially in the apartment and their movements through the rooms with the chance of inadvertently altering the crime scene. Following the dismissal of the charges under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, McDonald remained at Fort Bragg pending his hardship discharge from the Army in December 1970. On January 24, 1975, a federal grand jury indicted Jeffrey MacDonald for the murders of his family. After a series of pretrial motions and interlocutory appeals, the 7-week trial commenced in July of 1979. In the government's own words, its case in chief consisted of evidence from the crime scene, the events at the hospital, McDonald's pretrial statements, and the results of the analysis of the physical evidence through the testimony of expert witnesses. It was the government's theory that McDonald's account that he was being attacked in the living room while his wife and children were being murdered in their respective bedrooms was a false exculpatory statement evidencing consciousness of guilt. It was further the government's theory that McDonald's account of his movements throughout the crime scene after purportedly gaining consciousness were in fact attempts to account for otherwise incriminating physical evidence and to rearrange the crime scene so as to make it correspond to his false account. As Judge Dupree later observed, the prosecution introduced an almost overwhelming amount of physical and circumstantial evidence in support of its theory of the case. In summary, the government was able to prove through laboratory analysis and expert testimony that the club, 2 knives and ice pick were the murder weapons, and although McDonald denied any knowledge of the weapons, the government offered evidence from which the jury could have found that the weapons came from the McDonald home. The government also proffered evidence through the pajama demonstration and testimony about the pajama top pocket that supported the government's theory that McDonald had put the garment on his wife and then stabbed her with an ice pick to make his account of the murders more believable. Proffering evidence that the pieces of latex glove found in the master bedroom were stained by blood of Colette's type and were similar to latex surgeon gloves found near the kitchen sink. The government contended that McDonald had worn latex gloves while murdering his family to avoid fingerprints and had written the word pig in his wife's blood on the master bed headboard while wearing the gloves, since there were no ridge lines in the writing as there would have been had the writing been made by a bare finger. The government also introduced evidence about blood the same type of Kristen's being found on McDonald's glasses, McDonald's footprint in blood outside of Kristen's bedroom, and extensive testimony regarding blood splatterings in the government's reconstruction of the crime scene. McDonald's defense consisted primarily of his own testimony, character witnesses, and impeachment of the integrity of the crime scene and evidence offered by the prosecution. McDonald also presented the testimony of James Milne, who resided across the street from the McDonald family at the time of the crime. Milne testified that on the night of February 16, 1970, he was constructing model airplanes in his workshop, an unused bedroom in the front of his duplex. Sometime between 11:45 p.m. and 12:15 a.m., he heard voices and opened the rear door of the duplex to investigate. He saw 3 Caucasian individuals, 2 males and 1 female, walking behind his residence. All were wearing white sheets and were carrying lit candles. The female had hair which was slightly below shoulder blade length in the middle of the back, straight, and a light brown almost to a blondish color. He testified that the sheet the female was wearing resembled a choir robe with folds in the back. None of the individuals were carrying weapons. When Milne last saw the individuals, they were approximately 40 yards from the McDonald residence. Milne did not report what he saw to any authorities even after learning of the crime at the McDonald residence. During the course of the trial, Judge Dupree issued a material witness warrant for Helena Stokeley's arrest, and FBI special agents were able to locate her in South Carolina. Court documents detailed the evidence about Stokeley's arrest, transportation to Riley, and her communication with the prosecution, defense, and her own attorney during the trial. Judge Dupree suspended the trial on Thursday, August 16, 1979, while Stokeley was first interviewed by the McDonald defense team in the Riley Federal Building for more than 3 hours. She then was interviewed by the prosecution. Before Stokeley was called by the defense to testify the next morning, Assistant U.S. Attorney Blackburn inquired of Judge Dupree whether an attorney should be present to represent Stokeley's interests. Defense counsel Smith responded, "We will do whatever Your Honor wishes to do, but I feel that we will just go ahead with her and see what happens." Stokeley did not have the benefit of counsel before or during her interviews by the parties or her testimony at trial, but was appointed counsel over the weekend after she had completed her testimony. Defense counsel Bernie Siegel began the examination of Stokeley. During that examination, Siegel showed Stokeley photographs of the crime scene, repeatedly reminding her that he had discussed them with her the day before. The form of his questions concerning the photographs plainly conveyed the message that Stokeley's in-court responses were not consistent with what she had led the defense team to believe the day before, and were not what the defense wanted to hear. During one bench conference at which Siegel sought leave to question Stokeley as a hostile witness, Judge Dupree responded, "I have detected nothing in the demeanor or answers or anything else in this witness to indicate any hostility whatever to your questioning." He later commented, "You, Siegel, are up here just to see if you may vary the form of the questioning so that you may give her the answers in the question, and that is what I am precluding your doing right now under the present circumstances, so ask your question." Siegel continued his direct examination of Stokeley, during which she testified that around the time of the murders, she wore a blonde wig as a joke at times. She also testified that around February 17, 1970, she owned a pair of brown boots that went up to her knee, and a pair of white boots, which went up to her thigh. She also testified that at that time, she owned an old floppy hat, but it was stolen 6 or 7 months later. She got rid of the wig around February 19th or 20th, 1970, because she felt the wig connected her to the murders. She also testified that during the week of February 17th through the 21st of 1970, she set up several funeral wreaths along a fence near her house. She noted, however, that it was probably just a coincidence that she did so, because she frequently picked up discarded wreaths and flowers from a florist located up the street. Siegel continued the direct examination, and after he thoroughly had established that Stokeley had been addicted to heroin and opium, and was a heavy, regular user of all manner of hallucinogenic drugs during the period in question, and had quizzed Stokeley about Charles Manson, witchcraft, and the effects of her drug use, Siegel sought another bench conference. "I represent to the court that during the interviews with me and with other persons present, she stated that when she looked at the photograph, she had a recollection of standing over a body holding a candle, seeing a man's body on the floor. I also may say, Your Honor, we are now down to the bottom 5 or 6 critical things that she revealed yesterday. I have a feeling, based upon her answer to this one now, when and if I ask her in direct fashion, that I may get negative answers. I had no anticipation of that, because yesterday, throughout the time that she made these statements, we accepted them, did not expect contrary. We have not had any different statements from her, and we feel that we are entitled to the plea of surprise, as well as the fact, I think, at this point, the extent of her hostile relationship, not in terms of manner, the hostility of her interest to the defendant. I'm going to tell Your Honor the other things that she has said. The photograph that I showed her of the bedroom of Kristen McDonald. During the interview yesterday, she stated that she remembered riding the rocking horse when she looked at that picture. She also stated yesterday she remembered standing at the end of the sofa holding a candle. She also said when she saw the body of Kristen McDonald, the one when she was clothed, with a baby bottle, that picture looked familiar to her. She also said when she was shown the photograph of Colette McDonald, the same one I showed her today, that she said that the face in that picture looked familiar except that the chin was broken and made it a little hard. She also stated that she was standing on the corner of Honeycutt, across from Melanie Village. She has a recollection of standing there during the early morning hours of February 17, 1970. She further stated yesterday, and I intend to ask her now, that she has a recollection of standing outside the house, looking at her hands and saying, "My God, the blood! Oh my God, the blood!" She said that took place February 17th, 1970. There are witnesses to each of these things. I must say, Your Honor, there were persons present the entire time this interview took place. Siegel went on to explain to Judge Dupree that he intended to question Stokeley again on the stand concerning each of these representations, and if she denied having made the representations to him the previous day, he would impeach her under the rules. Assistant U.S. Attorney Blackburn spoke up. "Of course, I was not there when she talked with the defense yesterday, but in her interview with the government, none of those statements were made." Upon further questioning by Siegel, Stokeley reiterated that she did not recognize the crime scene photographs and denied stating that she had touched or used a rocking horse depicted in one of the photographs, commenting that it appeared in the photograph to be broken. She also denied having discussed the rocking horse with the defense counsel. On cross-examination by Assistant U.S. Attorney Blackburn, Stokeley continued to claim failure of recollection and testified consistently with her testimony on direct examination. She testified that she did not have the blonde wig on when she was talking with her boyfriend Greg Mitchell in the driveway on February 16, 1970, because Mitchell did not like when she wore it. She also testified that as a result of not having a recollection of her whereabouts the night of the murders, but after being questioned a number of times, she eventually became worried about her involvement in the murders. When Stokeley was excused for the day, Siegel sought to call a number of witnesses, hereinafter the Stokeley witnesses, who Siegel explained would impeach Stokeley by relating that she had confessed some personal knowledge or belief to them at some time in the past. Some were persons who purportedly had attended the defense team's interview of Stokeley the previous day. Siegel argued that the Stokeley witnesses' hearsay testimony was admissible to impeach Stokeley because it contained statements against her penal interests. Stokeley witnesses were Jane Ziliou, James Gaddis, Charles Red Underhill, Robert Risenstein Jr., Prince Beasley, and William Posey. Judge Dupree excused the jury and permitted Siegel to voir dire, which is the formal term for the examination process used in order to determine the competence to give testimony. The 6 Stokeley witnesses concerning what Stokeley had said about the McDonald murders in the relatively distant past, then recessed for the weekend to consider whether to allow Siegel to examine them in the presence of the jury. The pertinent portions of each Stokeley witness voir dire begins with a neighbor of Helena Stokeley in Nashville, Jane Ziliou. Ziliou testified that in November 1970, when Stokeley was suffering from hepatitis, Ziliou went to check on her. During Ziliou's visit, Stokeley told her that she had been involved in some murders, that she didn't know whether she committed them or not, and that she had been a drug user for so long that she couldn't remember. Stokeley allegedly told Ziliou she remembered being in the rain with 3 boys and being terrified. Stokeley had told her that she looked down and saw the blood on her hands and then went home and got rid of her clothing. Ziliou also testified that Stokeley had told her she was wearing her wig and white boots and remembers both of them getting wet in the rain. Ziliou detailed for Judge Dupree her conversation with another neighbor, Bonnie Hudgens, and how Bonnie had told her that she knew it was the Green Beret murders that Helena had been involved in. On cross-examination, Ziliou admitted that Stokeley was shaky and almost incoherent at times during their conversation, and that she never said she committed the murders, only that she was involved. The second of the Stokeley witnesses to testify was James Gaddis, a Nashville narcotics detective. He told the court that Stokeley had told him on different occasions both that she thought she had been there, but had tripped out on mescaline and LSD, and also that she knew who had done it, but wasn't there. At times, when she gave him information about the McDonald murders, she was under the influence of drugs. On cross-examination, Gaddis testified to inconsistencies in Stokeley's statements to Gaddis. Sometimes she said that she witnessed the murders, but was not involved. Sometimes she told him she knew who was involved, but couldn't give him names. Sometimes she said that she only had suspicions of who was involved, and sometimes she told him that Dr. McDonald himself committed the murders. Red Underhill knew Helena Stokeley from her time in Nashville and testified about an interaction that he had with Helena when he went to her house one day in December 1970. He told the court that he had found Helena crying hysterically, and all she could say to him was, "They killed her and the 2 children." Robert Brisenstein was an Army polygrapher who interviewed Stokeley about the McDonald murders twice in April of 1970. He testified that during these interviews, Stokeley vacillated between believing she was involved and denying any involvement. He told Judge Dupree that during an interview on April 23, 1970, Stokeley stated that during a period of 3 to 4 months subsequent to the homicides in the McDonald residence, she was convinced that she participated in the murder of Mrs. McDonald and her 2 children, that she presently is of the opinion that she personally did not actively participate in these homicides, but may have been physically present at the time of the murders, and that prior to the homicide she had heard the hippie element was angry with Captain McDonald, as he would not treat them by prescribing methadone for their addiction to drugs. Stokeley then retracted those statements and denied any knowledge of McDonald, telling Brisenstein that she had been admitted to the hospital for drug addiction, and she was not always oriented regarding time, dates, and surroundings. She further went on to explain the dreams she had been having were caused, she believed, by the large quantity of drugs she was consuming. These dreams included seeing the word pig on a bed headboard and a vision of McDonald pointing at her and holding an ice pick that was dripping blood. She told Brisenstein that she owned, at the time of the murders, a pair of white boots, a floppy hat, and a blonde wig, and that she did display wreaths and wear black the week after the homicides. In another interview on April 24, 1970, she claimed to know the identities of the persons who killed the McDonald family, and then later told him that she had been lying when she told him that, because 4 hippies could not have entered Captain McDonald's home without being observed by neighbors or causing dogs to bark. The individuals she named as potentially having been involved were Don Harris, Bruce Fowler, Janice Fowler, Bill Kelly, and a black man named Eddie. Brisenstein testified that at least during the interview on April 23rd, she was under the influence of drugs. He told Judge Dupree that during these interviews, Stokeley never told him anything about the crime scene or murders that he didn't already know. Brisenstein also told the court that she honestly believed in her mind that what she was telling me was true. After Brisenstein, the court heard from Prince Beasley, a retired Fayetteville narcotics detective. Beasley went to Helena's apartment on the night after the McDonald murders to ask her if she was involved. He told Judge Dupree that when he asked Helena whether or not she had participated in the crime, she said to him, "In my mind, it seems that I saw this thing happen, but I was heavy on mescaline." He later went to Nashville to interview her again, at which time she told him basically the same thing that she had told him in Fayetteville. On cross-examination, however, the prosecution brought to Beasley's attention the statement that he had written after his Nashville visit. In this statement, dated March 1, 1971, Beasley wrote, "It is undisputed that Stokeley served as an informant for Beasley when he worked for the Fayetteville Police Department." She stated that she did not remember anything that happened on the night of the murders, except that she did remember getting into a blue car she thought was a Mustang. It belonged to one Bruce Fowler. She again told me she had no knowledge of this night after 12:30 a.m., and that she does not know for sure what happened. It is my conviction that she is involved in the McDonald case, or at least she thinks she is, or that she is doing this just to get all the attention she possibly can. The last of the Stokeley witnesses was William Posey, Helena's neighbor in Fayetteville. He told the court that on the night of the McDonald murders, he had seen her come home in a blue Mustang, knew her to wear white boots, a floppy hat, and a blonde wig, and saw the funeral wreaths outside her apartment the week of the McDonald murders. Approximately 2 days before his testimony at the Article 32 hearing, he went to see Helena, and she told him all that she did was hold the light, and that she remembered a kid's horse thing that wouldn't roll. She also told him that she was involved in witchcraft, that she was a good witch. On cross-examination, it was established that Posey had actually sought out Bernie Siegel at his hotel during the Article 32 hearing to tell his story. After his Article 32 testimony, he was given $150 by McDonald's Army lawyer to help with his moving expenses when he felt unsafe after testifying at the hearing. On Monday, August 20th, 1979, having observed Stokeley's testimony and that of the proffered Stokeley witnesses, Judge Dupree denied Siegel's motion to introduce Stokeley's out-of-court statements through the Stokeley witnesses under Rule 804b3, Statements Against Interest, because he concluded the defense failed to sufficiently show that Stokeley's statements were trustworthy when made, and the testimony would only have served to confuse the jury. 3 of the Stokeley witnesses, Prince Beasley, Jane Zillieu, and William Posey, later were permitted to testify in the presence of the jury concerning their prior relationships with Stokeley, but were not permitted to repeat anything Stokeley allegedly said to them concerning the McDonald case. Additionally, after Judge Dupree made his ruling about the Stokeley witnesses, he also heard additional voir dire testimony from Underhill and an attorney working as a law clerk for Siegel, Wendy Rauter. The impetus for this voir dire testimony were statements Stokeley had made over the course of August 18th and 19th, 1979, during a weekend recess from the McDonald trial. The circumstances surrounding these statements are as follows. In addition to making statements to Underhill and Rauter, Stokeley also called Judge Dupree during the weekend recess. Judge Dupree informed the attorneys during a bench conference, "I want you to know that among others called by Helena, she called me twice Saturday night, stating that she was living in mortal dread of physical harm by Bernard Siegel, counsel for the defendant, and that she wanted a lawyer to represent her." After Stokeley had completed her testimony on Friday, August 17th, the defense team served her with a subpoena so that she could be released from the bench warrant and had provided her the means to rent a motel room over the weekend with the instruction that she return to court on Monday. Mid-morning on Sunday, August 19th, 1979, Siegel dispatched Rauter to the Raleigh Motel where Stokeley was staying. The motel management had complained of a disturbance involving Stokeley, and the complaint had gotten back to Siegel. Rauter explained, "Mr. Siegel had informed me that Miss Stokeley had been beaten and possibly had been subjected to a drowning. He asked me to check into her well-being. The rumor, or the hearsay as you might say, had been that her fiancé had inflicted this attack upon her, and it would be best if in some way I could help separate them for her own safety." Rauter drove to the motel with Underhill, located and talked with Stokeley, who had acquired a black eye and bloody nose since she had been in court. Stokeley wanted her fiancé, Mr. Davis, to leave, and she packed his suitcase. Rauter believed Stokeley had been assaulted by her then-boyfriend, Ernest Davis, who also was present at the original motel. Red Underhill also testified on voir dire that he observed the black eye and bloody nose. Stokeley had told him that an unknown person had approached her at the motel and punched her in the face, blackening her eye. Stokeley told both Underhill and Rauter that she had fallen in the bathroom and bloodied her nose. Rauter arranged for Stokeley to relocate to the Hilton and drove her and Underhill there. Stokeley told Rauter that she was afraid and wanted someone to stay with her. While the packing, driving, and relocating took place, Rauter talked privately with Stokeley about the substance of Stokeley's trial testimony. Underhill related during voir dire that Stokeley had wanted him to stay with her over the weekend because she was afraid. She had told him that her life would not be worth 5 cents out on the street because they'll kill me for sure. Underhill also testified that Stokeley was deathly scared of Alan Mozzarella, whose name had been tossed around during the trial, suggesting he might have been one of the hippies who had committed the McDonald murders. According to Rauter's voir dire testimony in 1979, with the aid of her notes made at Siegel's request, Stokeley had said she still thought she could have been there that night because of the rocking horse. That when she saw the crime scene photographs of one of the children, she knew she had seen her somewhere before. That she remembered being on that concrete driveway, and that she had a memory of standing at the couch holding a candle, only, it wasn't dripping wax, it was dripping blood. Rauter had remarked, It must have been difficult living with the guilt all these years, to which Stokeley allegedly responded, "Yes. Why do you think I've taken all those damn drugs? Isn't there anything you think you can do to help get rid of the guilt?" To which Stokeley allegedly suggested, "I just want to take sodium pentothal or hypnosis or something." When Rauter asked Stokeley why she didn't say this in court, Stokeley responded, "I can't with those damn prosecutors sitting there." Blackburn cross-examined both Underhill and Rauter, but neither he nor the defense team ever called Stokeley back as a witness. Judge Dupree refused to permit either Rauter or Underhill to testify in the presence of the jury concerning the weekend's activities and Stokeley's alleged statements. Closing arguments were heard by the jury on August 28th and 29th, 1979. After 6.5 hours of deliberation, the jury found McDonald guilty of 2 counts of second-degree murder and 1 count of first-degree murder. Jeffrey MacDonald was convicted and sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms in prison. According to investigative journalist and author Ken Adachi, there's only one problem with this picture. McDonald didn't do it. How the CID, FBI, and prosecutor's office, with the help of a grossly biased trial judge of record, Judge Franklin Dupree Jr., whose son-in-law, James Proctor, was one of McDonald's prosecutors, twist the facts, set up red herrings to befuddle jurors, suppress, conceal, and lose exculpatory evidence, ignore relevant witnesses, fail to conduct a meaningful investigation, and browbeat a jury into a guilty verdict is one of the worst cases of prosecutorial misconduct and judicial malfeasance in 20th century America. Adachi also introduced a short magazine article written by Dr. Jeffrey MacDonald himself concerning the persons and decisions which played a role in setting him up as the patsy to take the blame for the brutal murders of his wife and 2 young daughters in the early morning hours of February 17th, 1970. The article was published in Soldier of Fortune magazine, July 2000, given the title, "Adrift in the American Gulag," and begins with a quote, "The charges against Jeffrey MacDonald are not true." These were the words of the ranking Army officer in charge of the original 3-month-long 1970 Article 32 Army hearing, which declared Dr. Jeffrey MacDonald free of all blame in the murders of his wife and 2 small children. In his very own words, Dr. MacDonald explains, "It was late October 1970, and this finding of the Article 32 hearing, until then the lengthiest in the history of the U.S. Army, July 5th through October 13th, 1970, proved the claims against me to be false. Fort Bragg officials had charged me with the 17th of February 1970 murders of my pregnant wife, Colette, and my 2 daughters, Kimberly, 5, and Kristen, 2, in our quarters at 544 Castle Drive, Fort Bragg, North Carolina. At the time, I was a medical doctor, a captain in the U.S. Army Special Forces. The hearing officer, Colonel Warren Rock, after hearing 56 witnesses and reviewing more than 2,000 pages of evidence, saw I was innocent and suggested the focus be turned toward a young local woman, an undercover law enforcement asset named Helena Stokeley. He officially recommended that appropriate civilian authorities investigate her whereabouts and actions on the day of the murders. The Rock investigation had been far-reaching and efficient. Since he also wanted to hear from others besides defense psychiatrists, he even sent me to Walter Reed Army Hospital for an intensive 2-week evaluation by the 3 top Army psychiatrists. He then went to the crime scene with his legal officer and reenacted some events, determining that the CID's theory of a staged crime scene was false. His 90-page report explicitly detailed the reasons why the charges against me were not true. With the hearing over, I was released from restriction to quarters, having been locked in my BOQ barracks officers' quarters and guarded by 5 armed MPs for 7 months. The facts as I know them are, I had been sleeping on the couch that night because my younger daughter had wet my side of the bed in the master bedroom. I was awakened by the screams of both my wife and older daughter and was immediately confronted and attacked by 3 men accompanied by a female with long blonde hair and a floppy hat. The black male carried what seemed to be a baseball bat. He was wearing E6 stripes on a field jacket. He used the bat on my head. 2 white males in civilian clothes were simultaneously attacking me from the front. Medical and court records substantiate that I was knocked unconscious, received 17 stab and puncture wounds from knives and an ice pick, and suffered blunt trauma to my head, left shoulder, and arm. My right lung collapsed from one of the stab wounds and required 2 surgical procedures. Yet the CID claimed and still claims that my injuries were self-inflicted. The first arriving MP, Specialist Ken Micah, gave me mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Once revived, I described my assailants. Micah immediately suggested that someone check the female in the floppy hat, an individual he and his partner had spotted a few blocks away at the corner of Honeycutt Road and Lucas Drive, about 3 blocks away from McDonald's home, at 3:55 a.m. on that cold, rainy murder morning, as they sped to my home in response to my emergency call. However, testimony later revealed that First Lieutenant Joel Polk never issued an order for someone to investigate the mystery woman. Instead, Micah was ordered by his superiors not to mention that he had seen her standing in the winter rain on the desolate street corner. It's here we get the earliest indication that the CID might be engaging in a sham investigation. The first CID investigator on the scene, Joel Polk, inexplicably ignores MP Micah's report of the suspicious woman in the floppy hat and fails to issue an order to go looking for her. This scene is taking place within approximately 15 or 20 minutes of Micah's spotting of the woman in the floppy hat on the corner. It's not reasonable to conclude that an honest criminal investigator would ignore such an important clue in the opening moments of the discovery of grisly murder scene. The oddity and strangeness of the woman in the floppy hat and raincoat standing on the corner at 3:30 in the morning on that cold and rainy night, just 3 blocks away from McDonald's home, barely shouts out suspicion and the need for investigation, yet Polk does nothing about it. Why? What did CID Polk know that MP Micah didn't know on the morning of February 17, 1970? When Micah is later ordered by his superiors to not mention the woman in the floppy hat in his written reports or at the official hearing, and it becomes far more obvious that the CID is actively trying to suppress evidence which would open the door to suspects beyond their chosen patsy, Jeffrey MacDonald. 18th Airborne Corps Commander Lieutenant General John Tolson wanted the grisly post-crimes resolved. Because the Criminal Investigation Division CID had focused immediately and solely on me as responsible, my acquittal suddenly became an embarrassment. Targeting me meant that at least 4 violent murderers were roaming free on post, the streets of Fayetteville, or points beyond. Colonel Francis Kane, my CO in the 6th Special Forces Group Airborne, and an astute political observer, was certain that the CID would persist in a vendetta against me. Captain Jim Williams had been at the crime scene early that terrible morning, and he had also testified on my behalf at the hearing. It had been Williams who pointed out to everyone that Fort Bragg military doctors, myself in particular, were viewed by drug-using troops as snitches. It wasn't until years later that Helena Stokeley told an ex-FBI agent that her group had gone to my house that night to teach the arrogant captain a lesson about what happens when you're not sympathetic. In the late spring of 1971, now a civilian, and just before I was to start a residency at Yale, I was offered a position in Long Beach, California by former Captain Jerry Hughes, another former Special Forces physician. I accepted his kind offer and began practicing and teaching in the then new specialty of emergency medicine. Not surprisingly, the exhaustive inquiry by Colonel Rock did not deter the CID. After my military discharge, I criticized the lead CID investigators on national television, calling them perjurers, and along with my ex-father-in-law, I lobbied Congress to investigate the CID's handling of the case. CID's response was to come after me with a vengeance. I was now a civilian, no longer subject to military jurisdiction. Under the Posse Comitatus Act, it was illegal for the CID to investigate me. They ignored the law and monitored my every movement, my mail, my phone records, and my bank statements, also my remaining family, friends and my civilian attorney Bernard Siegel of San Francisco. The CID reinvestigation took all of 1971 and part of 1972. Ironically, when the CID conclusions were first presented to the United States Department of Justice by an Army lawyer, Captain Brian Murtaugh, the department refused to take the case because of the amount of exculpatory evidence that remained in my favor. In time, however, with evidence being manipulated and withheld, I was indicted by a federal grand jury in 1975 and tried in 1979. I was convicted and am currently serving my 20th year of a triple life sentence. The 1979 trial was a travesty. The defense had been prevented from doing any laboratory testing on evidentiary material or conducting any minute examinations, an unimaginable event in most murder trials. We made 24 motions to allow examinations and were denied all 24. In contrast, the prosecution won 7 of their 8 evidentiary motions. It wasn't until 4 years after trial that ex-FBI agent Ted Gunderson found a possible reason behind Judge Dupree's rulings. Dupree was the father-in-law of former Assistant U.S. Attorney Jimmy Proctor in Fayetteville, a key engineer of the 1971 reinvestigation. Both men later admitted that this case was the most important case in their respective careers. Many years later, we discovered how the defense, the jury, and the judge were prevented by prosecutors from seeing the extensive evidence of outside assailants collected at the crime scene as revealed in CID laboratory notes. This critical material, my entire defense, if you will, remained hidden, as later proven in documents acquired through the Freedom of Information Act. Critical CID lab notes had been carefully collected by Prosecutor Murtaugh, who left the Army to build his career on my case. He had kept the lab notes in his briefcase in the courtroom throughout my 7-week trial. Murtaugh's fellow prosecutor, James Blackburn, repeatedly told the court, "Where is the evidence of outside assailants? Where is the evidence that Helena Stokeley was ever inside 544 Castle Drive?" Our cross-exam of government lab experts about evidence analyzed from the crime scene was hamstrung by the court's refusal to let us see their notes. In essence, the jury was given an edited and false picture of the so-called scientific evidence of hair, fibers, and blood. To make it worse, the powerful psychiatric evaluation, including the 3 favorable exams from the government's own Walter Reed Army Hospital, were ruled inadmissible by Judge Dupree, who also ruled inadmissible Colonel Rock's report and the testimony of 7 witnesses who were in court to tell of Helena Stokeley's statements of watching the murders. Despite Colonel Rock's belief that she might be implicated, Dupree ruled Stokeley unreliable, as though reliability was a criterion for committing murder. In the late 1990s, we learned the full, sour truth of the government's deception. There are now upwards of 40 witnesses who placed Stokeley and her boyfriend Greg Mitchell, an ex-82nd Airborne trooper and heroin addict, and their accomplices in the vicinity of my home on the murder morning. Some of the assailants were even seen in bloody clothing and boots shortly after the murders in a Bragg Boulevard donut shop, and later that morning in a Murchison Road grocery store. Several other persons, including Greg Mitchell's own niece, heard him confess soulfully to taking part in the murders. Helena Stokeley, who died in January 1983, was the daughter of a retired Army lieutenant colonel and a drug user and drug dealer. William Ivory, the lead CID investigator, was closely acquainted with her. Author Jerry Allen Potter located an ex-CID agent who had been a former partner of Bill Ivory at the time of the murders. The ex-agent told Potter of how investigators from the very beginning were talking about Helena Stokeley possibly being involved, of how he and Ivory sought out Stokeley and took her to a safe house for questioning, and how Ivory questioned her alone just 2 days after the murders, the results of which have never been disclosed. Witnesses heard Stokeley tell of wearing a blonde wig that night and of being worried the rain would ruin it. 22-inch and 24-inch synthetic blonde wig fibers were found in a hairbrush at the murder scene, their existence kept hidden. Long suppressed CID lab notes now confirm the presence of black wool fibers on Colette's mouth, her shoulder, and on a splintered club used as one of the murder weapons. No one in my family was wearing black wool. No matching black wool was found in my quarters. A hair dissimilar to my hair was found clutched in Colette's hand along with a splinter from the club. Even more important, hairs were found under the bloody fingernails of my daughters. The CID tried to match these hairs to me. When that failed, they promptly hid the hair's existence. Today, I work daily on my case while in federal prison in Sheridan, Oregon, awaiting DNA tests which the courts finally ruled were my right under law. We had asked to test all the biological exhibits, perhaps 50, but the court saw fit to limit us to 15. So far, Mr. Murtaugh has delayed and obstructed these tests which were ordered by the courts 2.5 years ago, court-ordered in 1997. Jerry Potter, co-author of the 1995 book Fatal Justice, provides one of my favorite personal accounts regarding his introduction to the one and only Ted Gunderson, and even grapples with his own process of attempting to assess Gunderson's credibility concerning key evidence suggesting that Dr. Jeffrey MacDonald could be an innocent man. Potter begins with what he calls the question, explaining that it's because of the book Fatal Vision and the television movie based upon it that many know the young captain Jeffrey Robert MacDonald, still struggling to breathe, told the MPs a story about drug-crazed assailants who stabbed him and beat him unconscious. He related his story in an abbreviated version to MP Micah, who had revived him through mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Later that day, to CID and FBI agents at the hospital, McDonald went into more detail. FBI agent Robert Caverly reported that McDonald attempted to tell him what had occurred in his home before the attack. He and Colette had shared an orange liquor, McDonald said. Then she had retired for the evening. McDonald continued to watch The Tonight Show until Kristen began crying. He went to her room, then prepared her a bottle. He watched the rest of Johnny Carson's show, washed the dishes, and checked the windows in the children's rooms to be sure they weren't open too wide. When he started to retire, he saw that baby Kristen had crawled into bed next to Colette in the master bedroom and had wet his side of the bed. He carried the sleeping baby to her own bed, then moved the covers on his and Colette's bed back from the wet spot so it would dry. He said he then returned to the living room sofa and slept there. When Caverly asked him to talk about his children, McDonald began to cry uncontrollably. The agent summoned McDonald's doctors, who helped to calm him, and McDonald explained that he had struggled with 3 intruders as he tried to get off the sofa in response to screams from his family. He said he had to fight not only the black man's baseball bat, the fists and blades of the white assailants. Somehow his faded blue pajama top had gotten pulled over his head, trapping his hands. He then used the garment between his wrists as a kind of shield to try to ward off the blows. He was ultimately knocked down by blows to the head. As he fell to the floor, just before losing consciousness, he saw a bare leg and a woman's boot. He said he awoke to sharp pains in his head and experienced difficulty breathing. He went to his wife and tried to revive her with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but without success. Frantic and unbelieving, he went to his daughters and tried to revive them, then made another round before phoning for help. The story was widely publicized. McDonald was a Green Beret captain, a Princeton man, a physician and group surgeon for his Army unit. He was well-liked, held impressive credentials, and had an impeccable college, medical school, and Army record. What's more, according to his neighbors and his in-laws, he had loved his family very much. On the surface, at least, Jeffrey MacDonald didn't seem the type to have committed these monstrous crimes. Yet William Ivory, the young Army investigator who arrived at the crime scene about 15 minutes after the MPs, said he found things which suggested that MacDonald's story wasn't true. That very morning, the CID command at Fort Bragg agreed with the investigators' assessment. Physical evidence at the crime scene seemed to prove that Captain McDonald lied about what had happened in the murder apartment that morning. McDonald's in-laws, Alfred and Mildred Kassab, had first offered zealous support of him. But based upon the Army's evidence and upon McDonald's own behavior, they said, they eventually lost their faith in him and joined the Army's efforts to bring the popular and highly successful physician to trial for the brutal murders of his wife Colette and his little daughters Kimberly and Kristen. A federal court in 1979, 9 years after the crimes, sentenced Jeffrey MacDonald to 3 consecutive life terms. McDonald's appeals to reverse the verdict, including those based upon his claims of suppressed evidence, ultimately failed. But his lawyers say that McDonald is truly factually innocent. They claim that evidence long suppressed by the government proves that the assailants were actually in the murder apartment that night, as McDonald claimed, and that McDonald was later dealt a new gang of assailants, some incompetent and untruthful Army investigators and an Army lawyer who turned Justice Department prosecutor expressly to convict Jeffrey MacDonald. Surprisingly, given the government's charges and the hard evidence they presented to prove them, a number of people in law enforcement and criminal justice have come to believe that despite the failure of his multiple court appeals, McDonald's claims are true, that he is in fact innocent. These McDonald supporters have been vocal, and they have continually stirred national media interest. Ted Gunderson, former chief of the FBI's Los Angeles Bureau, swears that his reinvestigations show that McDonald was framed. Others echoed similar sentiments, many of them calling to question various aspects of the government's forensic methods. Raymond Shedlick, Jr., a retired New York City homicide detective, made extensive inquiries in the McDonald neighborhood and in nearby Fayetteville, and after also studying the forensic evidence, insisted literally to his dying day that there was absolutely no evidence against McDonald and that he had been cheated out of a fair trial. Aspects of the McDonald prosecution were also questioned by the findings of Dr. Ronald Wright, Broward County medical examiner, former LA County coroner Dr. Thomas Noguchi, Dr. David Raskin, a leading polygrapher and professor at the University of Utah, Dr. Emmanuel Tenay, an expert on the psychiatric aspects of homicide, and many other forensic experts and attorneys. Much of the work by these supporters and interested parties has been gratis, or for expenses only, practice emulated in 1989, and which continues to this writing by Chief McDonald defense attorney Harvey Silverglate. McDonald's lawyers made the public claim in 1991 that the mass of evidence the government posits against McDonald is an absolute myth and is the product of prosecutorial chicanery at its worst. In a videotaped interview, McDonald's father-in-law, Alfred Freddie Kassab, was asked why McDonald generated such support. "That's the $64,000 question," Kassab remarked, and suggested that McDonald possesses a sociopathic ability to sway people to believe in him despite the evidence. Not so, say various defense team investigators and researchers, each of whom insists the claims are based upon the government's own reports, upon thousands of documents heretofore held secret. The McDonald defenders say these papers were released only when McDonald's lawyers persuaded senators and congressmen to force the prosecutors finally to respond to the lawyers' requests for disclosure through FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act. Not until 1983 did the prosecutors provide some, but not all, of the requested information. Fully 13 years after McDonald was charged by the Army, and those charges were dismissed, and 4 years after his federal conviction and incarceration. Many documents specifically requested have yet to be provided fully 23 years after the murders and more than 13 years after McDonald was sentenced. Hence the questions. Do these government files, finally released by FOIA, really corroborate the defense allegations? Did Jeffrey MacDonald murder his wife and daughters, or were they actually the victims of a group of drug users, as McDonald had claimed from the beginning? And if McDonald is innocent, how has the government managed to keep him in prison all these years, and why? Author Jerry Potter continues to explain, "When I met retired FBI agent Ted Gunderson in December of 1985, before I teamed up with co-author Fred Bost, Gunderson was a relic dating from the glory days of J. Edgar Hoover. The zenith of his career, Found him serving as chief of the Los Angeles Bureau of the FBI. He managed 800 people and a $23 million annual budget. He had supervised investigations into kidnapping, armed robbery, murder, and many other crimes. He had been especially successful in hostage negotiations with skyjackers and bank robbers. After retiring from the FBI, he supervised security arrangements for the American team at the troubled 1968 Olympics in Mexico City. Following that assignment, he set up his own security and investigations business in Los Angeles. When I met him, he was looking into the possible ritual murders of children by a satanic cult in the Seattle area. Therein lay our mutual interest, for I had co-authored an article with psychologist Dr. Joel Norris about ritual murder. Joel told me Gunderson had read our piece, and he had a case he wanted to tell me about. What case? It involves witchcraft, Joel said, smiling. More witchcraft. I wasn't smiling. Joel and I both had interviewed serial killer Henry Lee Lucas. He was the one-eyed, emotionally retarded handyman who had been convicted of killing a dozen women, including his mother, his girlfriend, and a sweet old woman Henry and his girlfriend had lived with in Texas. During my interviews with this killer, the very memory of ritual murder and dismemberment caused his one good eye to shine with an unholy light. I wanted no more sordid tales about bestiality and necrophilia. I don't think I can handle any more witchcraft, I told Joel. This one is interesting, he said, but I'll let Gunderson tell you about it. So Gunderson set up a meeting in Chinatown. He asked Dr. Norris not to spread the fact around because Gunderson was currently a bit shy about exposure. He had helped convict a man of arranging contract killings 8 years earlier. Now the man was paroled, and word was out that he had contracted to have Gunderson gutted and dropped into the LA harbor. I would soon learn that Ted wasn't beyond setting a dramatic stage, but he couldn't have had anything to do with the cold fog rising out of Chavez Ravine that night to pour over the freeway like a wet ghost slithering through the Asian business district. Most of the buildings in the area were dark as I drove around the neighborhood, craning my neck, straining to see addresses. As I passed a little mall near the China Gate, the fog danced quickly upward in a wispy swirl to reveal the restaurant I was seeking. I parked and walked across the mall, pulling up my jacket collar against the wet night air. A small, possibly feminine figure shuffled by, head down, arms folded in a dark coat, socked feet and flip-flops softly slapping the ground. A naked yellow bulb cast an orange tint on a red door and lighted a sculpted golden dragon which guarded the place against evil spirits. I entered and moved on back through a smoky bar where a handful of Asian men leaned over drinks and watched a flickering television set. At a scraggly, underdressed Christmas tree, I ducked through an archway into a sparsely occupied dining area. A man in the rear stood and waved at me. Ted Gunderson, a broad-shouldered linebacker type, maybe 6 feet tall. He didn't appear to have given up much since his football days at Nebraska 35 years earlier. With his ruddy chipmunk cheeks and busy eyes, he could have passed for George C. Scott on a foggy night. I'm Gunderson, he said, offering his hand. You must be Potter. I found myself believing his Hollywood smile as he shook my hand firmly and motioned me into a chair across from him. To get acquainted, we drank green tea and bragged a bit about our best days, sparring, as it were, each perhaps looking for the real person. Gunderson sat hunched over his tea bowl, as if ready to spring. From time to time, he cast appreciative glances toward the door, and I realized the old cop had situated himself, no doubt intentionally, with his back to the wall. After a while, Gunderson began to talk about the McDonald murders. You need to write a book about it, he said in a gravelly voice. Joe McGinnis already did that. Joe didn't write about this case. Well, of course he did, I said. I named Joe's book. Gunderson smiled coldly. He didn't write about this case. He wrote about the government side and left out all the good stuff on the McDonald side. Which is McDonald didn't do it, Gunderson said. watching my eyes. I didn't say anything. The guy didn't get a fair trial, Gunderson said. Nobody in prison ever got a fair trial, I told him. That's true enough. McGinnis lived with McDonald throughout the entire trial, I reminded him. He found out McDonald's not a nice guy. Bill McGinnis isn't a nice guy, which you'll see soon enough, and McDonald isn't the asshole McGinnis made him out to be. You're asking me to believe that you think that the United States Army, the FBI, the Justice Department, McDonald's in-laws, and Joe McGinnis are all mistaken about this guy. Now you've got it, Ted said happily. So what you're telling me, I said, is that you've got a major conspiracy here. No. What we've got is a case gone wrong from the very first moments. As to any conspiracy, it simply happened that other law enforcement officers, being on the same team, believed their fellow investigator who misdiagnosed the crime scene and fed them reports which were less than candid. So the investigator's teammates, thinking McDonald's really guilty, joined the fray with a vengeance. This guy McDonald really killed his kids, you say? Okay, let's get the bastard. I looked at Gunderson's face. Sometimes you can tell people are crazy just by looking. Listen, he said. You don't need a major conspiracy to make something like that work. All you need to do is convince your superiors that this guy's getting away with murder. All the real evidence is either still at the crime scene or back in the lab. If some of the evidence is confusing, that evidence just disappears or gets interpreted in the government's favor. Maybe your boss will even help. The judge and jury then see a rigged case, and sometimes the judge even closes one eye and fails to make the government adhere to the rules. It happens more than any of us would like to admit. And you really believe this is what happened? I know this is what happened, Gunderson said. I'm staking my professional reputation on it. Ted's steady eyes and easy smile told me he believed it like he believed the floor would still hold him when he stood up. With Gunderson, I perceived you either gave up or get the hell out of Dodge. I finally leaned back and said, Okay, what have you got? He raised his hands palms up as if the whole thing were quite simple. My guys kept back evidence, he said. Your guys? My team, or the team I was on for years, the FBI and the prosecutor, Justice Department, Army CID too. As far as that goes, the good guys. I thought about that a minute. I'm dead serious, Ted said. You're out of the bureau now. Retired. I went back into the field for the McDonald defense team and I found some stuff. What stuff? Come to my office on Saturday. You take it home and read it, and if you still think McDonald got a fair trial, you walk away. I thought about it. McDonald already had been in prison for almost 5 years when I met Gunderson. The idea that he might be innocent was unnerving. Somebody in the government would make him look so guilty on purpose was even more so. Realizing I had nothing more to go on than Ted's word, I nevertheless told him I'd give it a look. Deal, I said. Gunderson rose so suddenly that I flinched. As he moved quickly toward the door of the restaurant, I realized there was no danger. He was greeting an elderly lady helped along by a younger gray-haired woman and a smiling round-faced man. The older woman's expression brightened, and she threw her arms around Gunderson, who hugged the old girl and planted a kiss on the top of her head. Laughing, he shook hands with the man and kissed the other woman on the cheek. Come on back, he told his newly arrived guests. He introduced them as old friends, and we were soon joined by others. An investment banker from Fort Worth, a television producer, a computer importer. We ordered family style, a huge steamed fish, a mountain of lemon chicken and rice, and we drank gallons of tea and white wine. I got to know some of Ted's friends. Joel Norris said they were just people passing through Ted's aura, and I watched Gunderson. The man did have a certain charm. He seemed genuinely interested in whatever anyone was saying at the moment. That's hard to fake for more than a little while unless you're an absolute sociopath. He was enjoying himself, and I found myself liking the guy in spite of an apparently skewed judgment about McDonald. If ever there was an evil man in the world, I mused, Jeffrey MacDonald had to be a prime candidate. The crimes for which he was convicted were unspeakable, even unthinkable, except by a madman. I talked myself out of the trip to Gunderson's office and back into it a half-dozen times before we finished dinner that night. Gunderson said his goodbyes to the others and walked with me through the fog. "You're still wondering how it could happen," he said. "How an innocent man gets convicted. That's part of it. The way the system works, and I know it better than most, is that the government controls the evidence, and they're supposed to turn everything over to the defense team so the defense lawyers can use anything helpful to get their guy off. Well, as I said earlier, the cops or the prosecutors don't always turn everything over. And sometimes when they do, the judge, who is really part of the prosecution, no matter what anybody says, won't let the defense use a lot of it. The idea is to get convictions. When you even think a guy's guilty, you keep anything away from the jury that might confuse them. It's a kind of game, with the defendant putting up the big stakes. They hardly ever send a prosecutor to jail for holding back evidence. And that's what happened here. Suppressed evidence. I think so. You think so? It's complicated, Ted said, grinning broadly, pulling his Sam Spade raincoat together in front. Trust me. He walked away quickly, head down. He put his hand up and waved goodbye without looking back. The fog wrapped around him and he was gone, leaving only the intrigue of a big case that might have gone wrong. Driving home, I asked myself, could Gunderson possibly be right? For a year, I had investigated the Lucas case in Texas before it turned into a political football during an election campaign. One group of law enforcement officers said Lucas had killed hundreds of people. Another group said Lucas and the first group were lying. I watched as each side in that case told its own version lavishly, giving short shrift to any fact which seemed to support the other team's claims. Was that happening here? Perhaps there were some things in the McDonald case that caused some confusion, and Gunderson was taking advantage of them. That didn't make McDonald innocent. In fact, it would be unusual in a triple homicide if everything did fit together perfectly. So I asked as I drove home, were both sides playing mind games with the evidence? Undoubtedly. To some extent that always happens in anything involving humans. But if so, where was the middle? And in that middle, where was the truth? Before visiting Gunderson's office, I reread Joe McGinnis's book, Fatal Vision, and I dipped into old newspaper reports, and what I found there made me feel as though Ted Gunderson were either a damn fool, or he really knew something no one else did. Joe McGinnis's book, Fatal Vision, fascinated me. I respected the author's ability to turn a phrase, but even more impressive, under McGinnis's sharp pen, the dark character of McDonald took brilliant and frightening shape. John Steinbeck once told his editor, but today he was going to sit down and create Kathy in East of Eden, and that she would be a monster. Such people do exist, Steinbeck insisted. McGinnis, too, fashioned his monster. But instead of building the character out of whole cloth as Steinbeck had done, it appeared that McGinnis simply stepped back and let the reader listen to McDonald's own words from tapes he made for McGinnis from prison. In this way, the author cleverly appeared to allow a villainous McDonald to create himself, and McDonald seemed to rise out of the pages as the very specter of evil incarnate. Whether or not he actually had murdered his family, I found I did not like this Jekyll and Hyde Dr. McDonald, and well into my reading, I decided Ted Gunderson had to be unsound, completely mistaken, or otherwise motivated. But as I read McGinnis's book, something gnawed at the edges of my memory. It was the vague recollection of a tale Dr. Joel Norris had related a few months earlier, when he and I were crossing the East River in New York on the aerial gondola from Roosevelt Island to Manhattan. I had been watching tugboats working the river barges, and didn't have any reason to be interested in Joe McGinnis. Dr. Joel Norris was talking at the time about having the same literary agent as McGinnis. Remembering this, I put down Fatal Vision and phoned Joel. I asked him to recount the story he had told me while we crossed the river in New York City earlier in the year. Sure, he said. McGinnis and I both used Sterling Lord. But you were telling me something about the McDonald book. Ah, yes, Joel said in a soft and comfy Georgia accent. At this party, Sterling was bragging that he had made Fatal Vision. What do you mean, made? I asked. Joe's book was in trouble, Joel said. McGinnis had signed with a publisher, and they were going to call the book Acid and Rain. I guess to tie their title to the flipped-out woman McDonald said he saw in the house that rainy morning, and I guess the woman the MP saw a few blocks away a few minutes later. But after McDonald was convicted, Joe couldn't very well complete the book with the theme he'd started with. That McDonald was innocent, I said. Sure. So when McGinnis changed his mind about McDonald, the first publisher was suing, a threatening suit, for the $200,000 and some odd dollars they had earlier advanced to McGinnis. Now comes the interesting part. Sterling also became Alfred Kassab's agent. McDonald's father-in-law. Right. And the father-in-law was trying to find a writer to do a book about McDonald being guilty, not innocent, the way McGinnis had started out. I think Kassab actually had found someone to write it. I'm not sure they had a publishing deal yet. That's when Sterling had this flash of brilliance. He bragged that he brought McGinnis and Kassab together. McGinnis then rewrote his story, went with McDonald being guilty, got a new publisher, and the rest is history. And you were there when Sterling Lord said this. Sitting right there. He was damn proud of what he'd done, Joel said. He was talking about it being his idea to make McDonald the guy in the black hat and Kassab the guy in the white hat, Joel laughed. There was a kind of literary elegance about it, you have to admit. How could you prove this? I asked. About Sterling being the agent for both and bringing the two together. You don't have to, Joel said. McDonald's lawyers are right now trying to get McGinnis into court. If that happens, it'll all come out. I heard it with my own ears from Lord himself. I'm sure it'll be covered when McDonald sues McGinnis. If I remember correctly, Sterling also got Kassab a chunk of change for the movie deal. Joel's story cast a shadow over McGinnis's book as I continued to read about the murder trial and the conviction. At every turn, however, it seemed McGinnis had encountered evidence which condemned McDonald. So how in the world, I asked myself, would McDonald still be innocent, as Gunderson claimed? And if the man was guilty, he was a monster of diabolical proportions. What then did it matter if McGinnis had teamed up with Kassab to expose him? I continued reading McGinnis's book. I learned that no one from the Army or the Justice Department could provide a motive for McDonald until Joe McGinnis himself turned sleuth. He told his readers he discovered that before the murders, McDonald had lost a lot of sleep from working every night in his moonlighting jobs as an emergency physician, and that he had probably ingested a large dose of amphetamines taken during a weight loss program. McGinnis said his investigations uncovered evidence that McDonald actually exhibited personality changes, which, according to the doctors who treated him after the murders, indicated amphetamine psychosis. McGinnis painted a harrowing picture of a wild, strung-out McDonald in a psychotic state, rampaging through his home, murdering everyone in his family. So I thought, if McDonald is innocent, where did McGinnis's amphetamine theory come from? As I drove to Gunderson's office in Westwood, an upscale community just west of Beverly Hills, I told myself that, like McGinnis, I didn't believe McDonald's story, and Gunderson, who did seem to believe it, was either mistaken or there was something in it for him. At that moment, I was determined not to get involved. I had a novel in mind, and I wanted to wallow around in it for a while, unfettered, unowned, like a rich man in his own green garden, breathing clean air. Clean air I got, by Los Angeles standards, that Saturday morning. And even before I left the San Diego freeway, I could clearly see the huge Monty's Steakhouse sign atop an office tower a few blocks south of the UCLA campus and medical center. I parked in the basement of that building, rode the elevator up, and pushed open the door to Gunderson's office. I found myself in a room with paper-strewn desks and cardboard file boxes stacked on the floor. No Gunderson. It's important to briefly point out the fact that by November 24th, 1987, The Los Angeles Times published an article with the title, "Killer Wins Settlement on Fatal Vision," and explains that Jeffrey MacDonald won a $325,000 settlement from the author who portrayed him as a killer in the book Fatal Vision. Writer Joe McGinnis agreed to the settlement without admitting liability in a case that has sparked widespread attention in the publishing industry because it sought to hold an author liable for breaching an implied contract to write a favorable book about his subject. Back in Ted Gunderson's office, author Jerry Allen Potter claims that Gunderson had attained his own fair measure of fame. The walls displayed photos of plenty of the smiling detective shaking hands with Olympic champions, with Los Angeles Rams, Dodgers, Lakers, and with F. Lee Bailey, J. Edgar Hoover, and President Gerald Ford. There was a picture of Judge William Webster when he was director of the FBI. "Hey, sorry I'm late," Gunderson said from behind me. "Had to step out for a minute." "Nice family," I said, pointing toward the wall. "Lots of turkeys, too," Gunderson said. "People get some limelight." He tossed his head as to dismiss them. "I like Ford," he said. "Good man. And Lee Bailey. He's interested in the case, too." "The McDonald case." "Right. He wants McDonald to take a lie detector test. Why won't he?" Gunderson's face darkened almost imperceptibly, and he smiled. "He will. So he's going to take one. A polygraph." "I don't know. I think he will." "If he's innocent, why didn't he at least take a sodium amytal test when the grand jurors asked him to?" "That's a pretty rough test," Gunderson said. "You relive the whole murder attack over again. People go nuts from it. Better that than go to jail forever." "Maybe he got bad advice," Gunderson said. He didn't seem to want to talk about it. "If he's innocent, why wouldn't he have taken a lie detector test when the Army investigators asked him to?" "That one's easy. He believed they had lied to him about the evidence in the crime scene, and he didn't trust them." "Okay," I said. "Fair enough." Gunderson motioned for me to sit down, and he pointed toward one of the 3 boxes of documents and file folders and notebooks. He sat beside me and picked up a big blue binder and thumbed through it and stopped at a picture of a young woman. "Helena Stokeley," he said. "She was just a kid at the time of the murders, 17, self-styled witch. Also the best drug informant the local police had at the time. Worked for the Army, too, and the State Bureau of Investigation through a multi-departmental narcotics squad, even though they knew the kid was dealing drugs." "You didn't know that, did you?" Anderson said, a grin on his face. "No," I admitted. "She wore a blonde wig the murder night, floppy hat, boots, just like McDonald saw in his living room. You didn't know that either, did you?" Anderson showed me several photos of Stokeley's boyfriend at the time. He was a lean man with light brown hair. In each picture, his eyes were dark and piercing. "This guy's important," Gunderson said. "Greg Mitchell. Get this. When Beasley and I found her, Stokeley confessed to me, took a lie detector test, and passed it when she said she was in the murder apartment that morning and could name the murderers. Government was saying she's crazy, so I asked her to take a battery of psychological examinations here at UCLA. She wasn't crazy. And Greg Mitchell confessed too. Some murders at Fort Bragg. So then the government conveniently said he must be talking about something that happened in Vietnam, not the McDonald murders. I found myself wondering, uncomfortably, what were the chances of 2 people in the same small group confessing to murdering 2 little girls and a pregnant mother? Then Gunderson told me, still another member of their witchcraft coven confessed too. That made 3 members of that unhappy little family of dopeheads that had implicated themselves in the murders. You didn't know any of that, did you? No, he answered for me. And neither does anybody else. Even though McGinnis could have told you, but chose to leave most of it out of his tidy little book. Gunderson showed me another picture of the 3rd confessor, a thin girl named Kathy Perry, sitting at a kitchen table with 2 other people. She appeared to be small, with straight brown hair, plain features except for heavy eyebrows. 10 months after the murders, Gunderson continued, she stabbed her boyfriend. She stabbed him in the back with a butcher knife while he slept. And the police report said she stabbed her puppy dog till he was flat. Nice girl, I said. The government said Perry got too many things wrong when she described the murders. Gunderson laughed and said, "There's a second verse to that song, too. You'll see." If these 3 confessions were good, I asked, then why didn't the government just reopen the case? They don't like to lose. They like to win. That's too easy, Ted. Okay, remember, the trial that convicted McDonald was held 9 years after the murders. Things change. The judge said that all this stuff is interesting, but McDonald's still got to be guilty because they've got all this evidence against him, hard evidence. And you're saying they really don't have that kind of evidence. They've got evidence that McDonald was in the home, Ted said. Of course he was. He lived there. But you'll find that's all they've really got. They manufactured evidence against him, and they kept back other evidence that showed he wasn't the only one there that morning. You're sure of that? You wouldn't be here if I wasn't, he said, smiling. He closed the binder with a whop and said, "Start with this. Then we'll get the lawyers to get you the stuff we got from the Freedom of Information Act. You'll need a U-Haul trailer for it, though. Stuff's still coming in." So far, I had Gunderson's word against McGinnis's book and a handful of newspaper clippings. I spent a week in Gunderson's boxes, and when I had finished, my pulse was racing from excitement. If only half the stuff in his files was true, then something incredible had happened. In Gunderson's boxes, I saw actual government documentation that evidence McDonald could have used at trial had really existed and had disappeared. McDonald's lawyers had filed post-trial appeals on several of these items in 1983. The judge ruled they didn't matter, that these things wouldn't have changed the 1979 jury verdict even if the jurors had known about them. On the very surface, it seemed self-serving of the judge. And the thing that bothered me the most was that Gunderson's boxes also held documents which showed that this judge, Franklin Dupree, the same one who had presided at the McDonald grand jury, presided over his trial, and heard his appeals at the district level, had been the father-in-law of James Proctor, the assistant U.S. attorney into whose hands the McDonald case was passed after the Army dropped its charges. That young prosecutor, Gunderson's paperwork said, had clamored for McDonald's indictment and even had threatened to resign his post if he were not allowed to charge McDonald in the criminal courts. That same judge, Proctor's father-in-law, then ruled with the subsequent prosecutor's motions to keep key evidence from the jurors. Gunderson's claims were beginning to sound as far-fetched as McDonald's story about drug-crazed intruders. I had wanted to write another mystery novel. Now, I had found myself a true mystery to investigate. While I tried to grasp the meaning of it all, the detective called my home at 6:30 one morning. He said he had been out all night on a surveillance and was in the neighborhood. I invited him over for breakfast and asked him, if all this stuff's real, why didn't the appeals work? Gunderson smiled forgivingly, the way a grown-up will when a child asks why things are the way they are. Appeals aren't really about innocence, he said. They are about mistakes in the trial. Judge Dupree ruled he didn't make any mistakes, and the appeals court ruled he didn't either. They don't like to make each other look bad, you see. It sounded a little simplistic, and I guess my face said I didn't quite buy it. So Gunderson drove it home. Same way the judge said he didn't talk with his prosecutor's son-in-law about the case, and the appeals judges in turn said they didn't think good old Judge Frankie Dupree would lie to them about a thing like that. So they let a judge who was related to an earlier prosecutor on the same case remain the judge of record. Gunderson let me think about that for a moment, then said, "This is just a bad case." There was no doubt in my mind that Gunderson at least believed what he was saying. He might have been dead wrong, but he had bought into it as if it were a religion. That bothered me too. As I continued to examine Gunderson's report and McGinnis's book, the case troubled me day and night. I had witnessed behind-the-scenes political machinations in the Lucas case, the likes of which I could before that time only have imagined. So Gunderson's claims, incredible as they seemed on the surface, intrigued me precisely because they were so extreme. Why would Gunderson put himself out on the edge for a child killer if the detective didn't sincerely feel something was terribly wrong with the conviction? He was setting himself against his old outfit, the FBI, and aligning himself with a cruel, sick individual. Why would Gunderson do this for a case that didn't appear to have a chance in hell of being overturned? And if Joe McGinnis had fully researched the story, as he claimed, why didn't he deal with the questions I encountered in the Gunderson report, a report which the detective insisted had been given to McGinnis while the author was writing Fatal Vision? Meanwhile, I heard about a retired reporter who had followed the McDonald case closely and had expressed his own concerns that something had gone awry. His name was Fred Bost, and he happened to live in Fayetteville, only a few miles from the scene of the crime. Knowing a reinvestigation would be a mammoth undertaking, I considered flying to North Carolina to see if Bost might be someone I could work with. I phoned ahead, set up a meeting, and asked him if he'd show me the murder apartment at Fort Bragg. I wanted to start at the beginning, and since Joe McGinnis's book hadn't told me much about the crime scene, the first question that had to be asked was why didn't the book tell more about what was found in the apartment at 544 Castle Drive? But this was the alleged source of the government's entire case, and I wanted to know, what did the first MPs and CID agents on the scene really find there? Chapter 3 of the 1995 book Fatal Justice offers the most detailed and well-rounded account of what the initial responding officers discovered upon arrival at the crime scene. The chapter begins by describing the drug-fueled environment surrounding Fort Bragg at the time of the McDonald murders. Jeffrey MacDonald said the faces of his assailants seemed wasted, as if they were drug users. Yet the CID ridiculed the very idea that such people could get on post, actually get as far as an officer's apartment, murder the family, and simply leave without being detected. But to arrive at this conclusion, the CID agents had to ignore MP Kenneth Micah's sighting of a woman in a floppy hat and boots, forget about the multiple bloody gloves and bloody syringe, the unmatched fingerprints, foreign candle wax, unmatched blonde fibers in a hairbrush, and other things found in the murder apartment. To flatly rule out the presence of hippies, the agents also had to deny their own knowledge about conditions in the drug community around Fort Bragg at the time of the murders. People who lived on post at the time, the idea of marauding crazies wasn't far-fetched, and the CID agents themselves, trusted with fighting drug crime on post, knew this personally. At the time of the murders, Fort Bragg was involved in a deteriorating conflict in Vietnam and bogged down in an equally hopeless effort against drug crimes at home. In 1970, the year the murders occurred, census takers counted more than 53,000 people in the small city of Fayetteville. It was an old city, named after the French General Lafayette, and it had long hosted the military and served sometimes reluctantly as the civilian consort of nearby Fort Bragg. Although the post housed only about 52,000 troops, the turnover was so great that some 200,000 soldiers shipped out annually. Those headed for Vietnam left Fayetteville full of hope, fear, patriotism, courage. Many returned bled of innocence, disillusioned. They had witnessed horrors. Some were injured, some mentally undone. Many of these troubled young people sought solace in LSD, amphetamines, and heroin. By 1968, 2 years before the McDonald murders, drug abuse and its residue of crime gave this anteroom to Southeast Asia a new name, Vietnam. In 1969, surrounding Cumberland County estimated that 25,000, or 11% of its 225,000 residents, were drug offenders. 1,000 of these were considered hardcore heroin addicts. Another 1,000 people addicted to heroin lived among many other drug users on the military reservation. Dealers pipelined the drugs in from New York, Miami, and directly from the Far East. Hookers and pimps and pushers thrived, but at high cost. In the fall of 1969, a soldier under the influence of LSD leaped to his death from an upper story of the post hospital On a single day in the following January, two 22-year-old soldiers died in unrelated drug overdoses in their own units on post, 4 miles apart. According to the Post newspaper, Paraglide, complaints on Fort Bragg itself were so numerous in 1969 that the military police blotter, the official logbook using 13-inch paper, averaged 22 pages of incidents daily. So many prisoners packed the post stockade on Armstead Street that many slept on cots in the halls. In 1969, thieves stole the CID's own evidence safe. Many soldiers carried weapons because of so many armed robberies on the post itself. In one instance, a gunman walked into a barracks on a payday evening and held up 5 soldiers at once. Concealed weapons had become such a hazard on post. The provost marshal had written a paper on the subject. A month before the murders, someone broke into the building adjacent to the McDonald apartment. Nothing was stolen. Janice Penleyshuk, the tenant, found her underwear scattered and obscenities written on a mirror. Aviator James Milne, a McDonald neighbor, had seen robed, candle-carrying figures headed for McDonald's house the night of the murders. Milne said someone had broken into his car not long before the murders. Drug users had been caught after breaking into the police car of Fayetteville Police Detective Sergeant Prince Beasley. They had been looking for narcotics. On May 28, 1970, 2 soldiers died after overdosing on uncut heroin in a laundromat restroom in Fayetteville. So strong was the heroin product being marketed on post, a CID agent interviewed years later remembered finding stiffs with the needles still in their arms, syringes just dangling there. By June 7, 1970, the Fort Bragg commander, Lieutenant General John Tolson, offered amnesty to any drug abuser on post who would step forward to seek help. Army medics began caring for admitted drug addicts in a hippie-decorated halfway house, a clapboard building in the post's old hospital area. In an effort to gain financial backing for this experiment, dubbed Operation Awareness, Tolson invited Senator Harold Hughes of Iowa to visit Fort Bragg. Hughes reported to his fellow senators on September 1, 1970, that drug addiction at Fort Bragg was heavy among some 9,000 soldiers. In substantiation of Hughes' assessment, the Washington Post, Los Angeles Times news service circulated a September story by reporter Bernard Nossiter saying that 2 to 3% of Bragg's troops are strung out on heroin, amphetamines, and other hard drugs. General Tolson himself, on November 27, 1970, would appear before a congressional subcommittee called there to explain the disturbing situation at Fort Bragg. But before that meeting would occur, the drug problems had escalated. On July 9th, 3 days after the Army began its Article 32 hearing into the McDonald case, a Fayetteville drug dealer was found dead, slumped over the steering wheel of his 1967 Cadillac, 2 bullets in the back of his head, bundles of heroin hidden in his socks. And it happened on a Fort Bragg street. The following week, 3 soldiers at a Fayetteville youth were charged with kidnapping a young couple, tying the male to a tree, and beating him to death, then raping his 14-year-old female companion. Fayetteville's Rowan Park, a local recreational area, was overrun with young people buying, selling, and using drugs. It became commonly known as Skag Park. In desperation, on July 6, 1970, the Fayetteville City Council announced an evening curfew at city parks. Narcotics agents, police officers, deputies, and Army CID men prowled the surrounding neighborhoods, watching for activity, setting up clandestine meetings with informants, making sudden, sometimes violent arrests. By August, the drug traders became so resentful of the park curfew that riots occurred. The confrontations with police resulted in the use of tear gas. Gunshots were fired, multiple arrests were made, and trials ensued. The CID agents well knew that the area on Fort Bragg and off was rife with drugs, drug users, dealers, death, and violence. To say otherwise is to again ignore the evidence. In fact, to fight the plague of crime and drug-sponsored deaths, The Army in 1968 had cooperated with other law enforcement authorities to form an interagency narcotics bureau. Officers from the Army, Fayetteville Police, Cumberland County Sheriff's Department, and the State Bureau of Investigation teamed up to move in pairs amongst the drug community, prowling, watching, and working with young people who lived with the drug crowd and risked exposure to inform on dealers. One such young informant was Helena Stokeley. An enigmatic teenager, Stokeley was a daughter of a career Army officer. She attended grammar school in France and high school in Fayetteville, where her father had retired as a lieutenant colonel. According to her yearbook, she played intramural basketball and volleyball, acted with the school drama club, held membership in the French club and Latin club, and sang with the senior high singers in the mixed chorus. She was even a volunteer candy striper at E. Smith Memorial Hospital. That's where her apparent normalcy ends. By her own admission, Helena began running with drug users during her school days, all older youths. Her parents were alarmed at her behavior and her hippie appearance. They were unable to curb her activities. By the time she was 15, she was hooked on heroin. At first, she bartered syringes stolen from the hospital where she worked, then traded sexual favors for the drug. When Stokeley was 16, Sergeant Rudy Studer, a Fayetteville policeman and member of the Interagency Narcotics Bureau, arrested her and immediately recognized her intelligence and stoic absence of fear. He gave her a choice. She could serve as his informant or face charges for narcotics possession. Despite the danger of snitching on users and dealers, she chose to become his informant, and as such was free to continue feeding her own addiction with little fear of the police. Even in the disruptive atmosphere of her new life, she graduated high school ahead of her age class a week shy of her 17th birthday. She moved into a flat in the Haymount district, where she served Sergeant Studer as an informant. Then, when Studer made lieutenant, he passed her to Sergeant Prince Beasley, also an officer of the Interagency Narcotics Bureau. Beasley said she was the best informant he ever had. Crafty, he said, sneaky, smart, and bold. She worked in perilous situations, and once even placed herself in jeopardy to yell a warning to Sergeant Beasley that a dealer he had just arrested, one she secretly had fingered for Beasley, was about to hit him. With characteristic cleverness, he told the dealer on the way to jail that the reason she'd yelled to warn Beasley was to keep the dealer out of deeper trouble for slugging a cop. The dealer, who had just seen Helena swallow a sealed packet of LSD to keep from getting caught with it as the arrest was going down, seemed to believe her, at least for the moment. In little more than a year's time, she provided tips that led to dozens of arrests. Even with the Interagency Narcotics Bureau working day and night, the drug and crime situation seemed no better. The authorities were losing the battle. Of the 31 murders being tried or prepared for trial in and around Fayetteville in 1970, bulk were drug-related, and the narcotics officers, on post and off, do little to stem the tide. This is the world Captain Jeffrey MacDonald and his family came into during the late summer of 1969 when they moved to Fort Bragg. As group surgeon for his unit, he also was assigned to provide medical counsel for Green Beret heroin addicts. Another Green Beret physician, Dr. Jerry Hughes, invited McDonald to moonlight as an emergency physician at nearby Cape Fear Valley Hospital. A night or two of civilian doctoring per week offered McDonald an opportunity to pay off his medical school bills, and it gave him experience in a variety of medical emergency situations, including drug overdoses. Not long after McDonald was assigned duties at Fort Bragg and at the civilian hospital in the fall of 1969, the Fort Bragg commanders suddenly changed the long-standing rules of physician-patient privilege. Because of the drug problem, soldiers were informed that their doctors would now be required to report the names of drug users. Not surprisingly, given the drug problem on post, the decision wasn't popular. The number of soldiers seeking counseling from these Army doctors soon dwindled. Like most medical personnel, McDonald thought the new move was unwise because it turned physicians into policemen, and it encouraged addicts to seek medical assistance off-post. McDonald insists that he did not adhere to the new regulation with any kind of vigor. He says he did talk with one addict's commanding officer, and instead of disciplining the soldier, McDonald and the officer worked out a way to get the man some help. In another case, McDonald says in lieu of being reported, a soldier brought in his wife and the two agreed to work together to get the man off drugs. Yet things were not always that smooth between McDonald and drug users. In an incident at Cape Fear Valley Hospital, McDonald, as the doctor on duty, was called upon to clear the emergency room when a group of young people became rowdy. This was nothing unusual. Aberrant, angry activity was an unhappy norm in his everyday work with drug abusers. Sergeant Prince Beasley was well aware that his best informant lived with a group of young people like those McDonald had encountered at his emergency room. Stokeley's roommates and fellow travelers were military and civilian, and they were using and selling drugs. A few months before the murders, in the fall of 1969, Beasley learned they had gotten into something else. One crisp autumn evening, he was asked to make a run to the Haymount district, a once plush area gone to seed. A woman on Clark Street had called the police because she was alarmed at something up in a tree. Beasley knew the address well, for his key informant, Helena Stokeley, lived next door. When he arrived, the troubled caller pointed up into a tree. There was Helena, sitting on a limb, silhouetted by the light of a full moon. Two others sat with her, a woman Beasley knew and a man he didn't. "What are you doing sitting up there like fools?" he called. "Come down from there." "We're witches," Helena told him, giggling. "This is how we just sit." Presuming she was high on something, he talked her and her friends down and they disappeared, still giggling, into her apartment. Another neighbor had been concerned about the aberrant behavior of the same group. William Archbell had moved away because he said that automobiles and taxis arrived at all hours, apparently indicating a brisk business in drugs. Archbell said Helena's companions were weird people who urinated outside and sometimes even had sex in the yard. Soon after the incident in the tree, Helena called the station and told the dispatcher that Blackjack wanted to see Beasley. She gave the code word for the Presbyterian church in her neighborhood, and that night Beasley met her there. After giving him leads, she told him that her group was changing, and not for the better. A man named Candy had assumed control from Greg Mitchell. Candy was teaching them about black witchcraft. This new leader was a charismatic sort, she said, and the others would do anything he wanted them to. Beasley didn't worry much about this news at first. According to Beasley, Helena enjoyed the power her informant duties gave her. She could point her finger and poof, a friend would be picked up, jailed, and sent away for a long time. One day she pointed her finger toward Candy. Beasley, happy for a chance to nail this guy, got a warrant and he and his men went in, but they found no drugs. Instead, they found Candy in a room painted black. On a stairwell wall was a painted rendition of Christ, with his robe pulled up and a hippie on his knees filleting him. Upon Beasley's expression of disgust, Candy simply laughed. "Jesus is a man too," he said, "if there is a Jesus, and he likes the same things we do." In the backyard behind the building with the black room, one of Beasley's men found the mutilated carcass of a cat. Beasley began to worry about Helena's attachment to this new breed of drug user. Beasley soon confronted Helena with the failure to find drugs in Candy's Hay Street apartment. She explained simply, "I changed my mind. Candy's our man." Soon she told Beasley that the group members were using the sacrifice of cats in their rituals. They'd hang a cat up in the room, slit its throat, and have sex on the floor in the warm blood. Men on women, men on men, women on women, it didn't matter, Beasley said. Now, really concerned, Beasley said he tried to get her to get out of the group and the weird behavior. He said he asked her to just leave them, but she wouldn't listen to him. McDonald did little to endear himself to the drug addicts on post. He complained that when he assumed his position as group surgeon of his unit, he found medical equipment stacked on the back steps of the medical area. He asked about it and was told it was going to be taken to the dump. Upon further examination, he found drugs and syringes that he feared would be salvaged by scavenging addicts. He asked for the policies and procedures manual, and no one could find it. Master Sergeant Leo Volette, a combat veteran of Korea and Vietnam, testified at the Army hearing that McDonald's work, which included restricting access to drug materials, had improved their unit's performance. But Jim Williams later remarked that due to McDonald's hard-nosed stance on drugs, the young doctor became known sarcastically as Wonder Boy. On January 16, 1970, a month before the murders, a soldier named Robert Wallach overdosed on heroin. Instead of taking him to Womack Army Hospital, where his drug habits might be reported to a superior officer, two of Wallach's friends took him to the Cape Fear Valley Hospital emergency room in Fayetteville. Dr. Jeffrey MacDonald was on duty that night and performed a tracheostomy to save Wallach's life. The nurse, learning heroin was involved, called the police. The officers who reported to the hospital escorted Wallach's two friends downtown where the men identified their heroin supplier, a black man who reportedly dealt drugs in a certain pool hall. The black man was subsequently arrested. Soon after the arrest of the heroin dealer, Captain Williams warned McDonald that the enlisted medics working in the field now were being told that Dr. McDonald was a fink. McDonald had dealt with the almost daily threats of drug addicts during his internship in New York. He shrugged off Williams' cautionary remarks. On the morning of February 16, 1970, the day before the murders, a young corporal visited McDonald's office on post and demanded that the doctor discharge him from the Army because of his heroin habit. When McDonald informed him that he had no power to do this, the man flared up and began yelling at McDonald. Captain Jim Williams, who worked in the same building, heard the man and rushed to help. Williams said it took 3 men to remove the wildly agitated soldier from the premises. Again, Williams, knowing many of the drug users had just come from Vietnam, cautioned McDonald about his deteriorating reputation among users. These people were angry and unstable, Williams told McDonald, and they were armed. This is something every officer of experience knew, but McDonald replied that he wasn't all that concerned about it. In less than a day, his wife and daughters were dead. At about 6:30 a.m., mere hours after the murders, Captain Jim Williams told MPs about the young addict who had become angry at McDonald in his office the day before, and he told them that due to the new Army regulation revoking physician-patient confidentiality, McDonald had been labeled as a fink. MP Richard Tavere picked up the soldier, but learned he had a sound alibi for the time of the murders. No such effort was made in the case of another suspect who matched to an uncanny degree McDonald's description of the female intruder. Even though military policeman Kenneth Micah told the provost marshal, Colonel Krywinek, about the woman with the floppy hat and boots he had seen standing on the street corner, Krywinek and the CID investigators told the FBI there were no civilians involved. But agents at CID headquarters had other ideas. In particular, the CID agent and drug investigator who had worked with Stokeley and Beasley in town on the Interagency Narcotics Bureau wasn't convinced. He says he and other agents discussed the descriptions McDonald had furnished, and they immediately came up with a name for the woman McDonald had described. That name was Helena Stokeley. Her name was on a lot of tongues that morning, the former CID agent said. The CID agents weren't the only law officers thinking about Helena Stokeley and her friends on the murder morning. At 7 a.m. on February 17, 1970, Sergeant Prince Beasley awakened to the ring of his telephone. Captain J.E. Melvin of the Fayetteville Police Department apologized for calling at this hour since Beasley had worked late the night before and hadn't gotten to bed until 4 a.m. "What have we got?" Beasley asked him. Melvin told him about the murders. Then Beasley asked him what they knew about the assailants. 3 men, 2 white, 1 Negro. The Negro was wearing an Army field jacket with sergeant stripes, Prince. And something else. There was a blonde girl with a floppy hat and boots egging them on. You say it was a Negro with a field jacket? That's how the doctor described them, the captain told Beasley. Captain, this sticks in my throat, but that description of the woman matches your neighbor on Valley Road, Stokeley kid. She was dressed that way last night, wearing a blonde wig. I saw her, and one of the guys she was with last night was black, wearing a field jacket with stripes. That's not a combination you just see everywhere. How soon can you move? Melvin asked. Within 15 minutes, Beasley was in the car. He drove to Stokeley's usual habitats, the apartment she had taken on Clark Street, Candy's pad a few blocks away on Hay Street, and he checked out the village shop, where he had seen her the night before, only hours before the murders. It troubled him that she had been dressed in boots, her floppy hat and the blonde wig. Failing to find her, he headed for police headquarters to arrange for a warrant to search a house trailer where Stokeley had told him drugs would soon be stashed. If the group was on the move, Beasley hoped, they might try to get their drugs out of town too. On that same murder morning, various people in the community saw interesting things. At about 8 a.m., Mrs. Dorothy Averett entered Mrs. Johnson's grocery store on Murchison Road and found a black man and a girl as the only customers inside, and Mrs. Johnson was clearly nervous. Averett immediately understood why. She had seen this pair before, and the memory wasn't a happy one. That previous time, the girl wasn't wearing a blonde wig as she was now, but it was the same girl and the same man. Averett delivered newspapers for a living, and on that day a week or so before, she had been delivering in the rear of the Hickory Trailer Court when the black man swung a baseball bat and deliberately hit a ball at her. She remembered that the brown-haired girl had apparently been high on drugs, because she laughed and screamed at the baseball's near miss. The grocery store they were in was only 2 blocks away from that trailer court. The girl was dressed differently now, with a plastic raincoat and go-go boots. The man wore the same army field jacket he had worn the day of the bat and ball incident. When the man walked to a refrigerator in the back of the store, Mrs. Johnson whispered to Averett, "Don't leave me alone with them." Mrs. Averett tried to engage the girl in small talk, but she appeared to be drugged. "Where'd you get all that mud on your boots?" Dorothy Averett asked. "I've lived in this country all my life, and I've not seen mud that looked like that." Although Averett had been a newspaper carrier for 27 years, she had also once worked as a nurse's aide, and her father had butchered hogs on the farm where she had grown up. She thought the girl projected a familiar stench of blood. When the black man returned from the back of the store, he saw Averett talking with the girl. He put a milk carton on the counter and said, "Let's get out of here." The girl held out some candy. "I want these." "Let's get out of here," he said, pushing her toward the door. "No, I want these." The man threw a wad of money down on the counter and they left. Under oath, Dorothy Averett would later identify a 1970 photograph of Helena Stokeley as the girl she had seen with the black man and baseball bats at the trailer park. The same girl she had seen wearing the wig in the grocery store. The next known sighting of such a group occurred a little later on the morning of the murders. While the bodies of Colette, Kimberly, and Kristen were being autopsied, and while McDonald was undergoing surgery for his collapsed lung only a few miles away, Joan Saunderson, a car hop at the Chute Drive-In restaurant on Fort Bragg, reported early for her 9 a.m. shift. She noticed an automobile parked under the overhang in her service area. She thought it was empty, but about an hour later, she saw a pair of white or beige muddy boots of someone who appeared to be sleeping in the front seat. The boots belonged to a girl with blonde hair and a floppy hat. When the girl got up and got out of the car, Saunderson asked her if she wanted some coffee. "No," the girl replied. "The McDonalds were murdered last night. Did you know that?" Saunderson said she didn't. The girl proceeded to ask a strange question. "And that McDonald is in the hospital and his wife and children are dead?" The right rear passenger door opened and a black male stepped out of the car. He wore an army fatigue jacket and dark civilian pants. He told Saunderson he was just going to use the men's room. She noticed another white male slumped down in the seat behind the wheel, but she couldn't see him well. The girl and the black man used the restrooms and returned to the car, and they all drove away. In the Saunderson sighting, as in that of Dorothy Averett, the blonde-haired girl exhibited curious behavior, as if she were drugged. The black man in each case seemed in control. McDonald, too, in describing the female intruder and the black man, said that the female was chanting in a monotonous voice, "Acid is groovy, kill the pigs," as if she were drugged. The black man who used the baseball bat did not appear to be so influenced. By the early afternoon of the murders, Detective Beasley had acquired a warrant for a drug raid on the trailer in the Hickory Trailer Court, where he thought Stokeley and her friends might be hiding. This was the same small trailer park where the black man hit the baseball at Dorothy Averett. It was located down the street near Mrs. Johnson's grocery store, where Averett saw Stokeley and a black man that same murder morning. Stokeley's earlier tip that Beasley would find drugs stashed in the trailer proved characteristically fruitful. Beasley and his fellow officers broke in the trailer door at about 2 p.m. on Tuesday, February 17th, same day of the murders, and they found the drugs in cellophane packets hidden behind a wall panel in the trailer. Neither Stokeley nor her friends were present. The small trailer house had been rented by 2 white men and a black man who wore an army field jacket with sergeant's stripes. A resident living in an adjacent trailer, Bill Gwynn, recalled seeing the men come to the trailer in the company of a girl at about 5:30 a.m. on the morning of the murders. After hearing the descriptions given by McDonald, Gwynn realized that his neighbors matched those descriptions. He recalled that the neighbors usually traveled in a light-colored car and a small foreign sports car. Over the years, the McDonald defense team has compiled a file on other sightings, most of them having occurred in the hours before the murders, and most of them involving a group of people like Stokeley and her friends. On Monday night, well before the murders occurred, teacher Edith Boucher said she saw Colette McDonald being harassed by several young people at night school on Fort Bragg. Mrs. Boucher had to pass the group as she was leaving the North Carolina University Extension campus and noticed how Colette had been backed defensively against a wall in the ground floor hallway by a young man speaking to her. In 1983, Ray Shedlick showed Mrs. Boucher a large collection of photos, and the teacher pointed to the picture of Greg Mitchell, Stokeley's boyfriend at the time of the murders, as the man who had been intimidating Mrs. McDonald that very evening. Detective Beasley had seen Stokeley and the black man in a blue Mustang fastback the night before. Shortly after Beasley's sighting, and approximately 3 hours after the incident at the University Extension building described by Mrs. Boucher, a group of young people who fit the McDonald descriptions in dress, hair color, and racial mix was seen at about midnight at Dunkin' Donuts on Bragg Boulevard in Fayetteville. The young woman with the group appeared to be high on drugs. James Milne's sighting of 3 people wearing sheets and carrying candles occurred at about 12:30 a.m. on the morning of the murders. At Dunkin' Donuts, about an hour after the Milne incident, another woman, Marion Campbell, saw a group of young people. The young woman was blonde and wore a floppy hat. The white man appeared to be in another world. He was just staring vacantly out the window as if there was absolutely nothing around. It didn't even look as if he was blinking his eyelids. Campbell observed that the black man who wore an olive drab field or fatigue jacket was standing there, not saying a word to either of them. He acted more aware, more like he was in charge. Campbell says the black man glared at her angrily when he saw her staring at the group. At an undetermined time in that early morning near the McDonald residence, First Lieutenant Edwin Casper II and his wife, Winnie, were awakened by people giggling outside as they apparently splashed through rain puddles. There was at least 1 female and at least 2 males. The group seemed to be moving through the yard from Bragg Boulevard, which ran behind the building, for the McDonald building about 200 yards away. Neither of the Caspers could fix the time precisely, but they knew it was sometime between 11:45 p.m. when Mrs. Casper joined her husband in bed and 3:45 a.m., a time she noted when she was awakened by her 2-year-old daughter. Another resident in the same building as the Caspers was able to place the time more precisely. Captain James Shortill and his wife, Rita, who lived 2 doors down from the Casper residence, were also sleeping with their bedroom window open. Mrs. Shorthill heard the same group go by and noted her clock said 2:10 a.m. She said she heard at least 3 people speaking and laughing. I heard a female voice and at least 2 male voices. I also heard footsteps. The Caspers and Shorthills were never aware of each other's information. Several hundred yards from the McDonald home, Green Beret Captain Kenneth Lamb and his wife were awakened by someone fumbling at their back door. At the time Lamb got to the door, whoever had been there had vanished. Also early on the murder morning of February 17th, half a block from the McDonald residence, Jan Snyder had been asleep in her second-floor apartment at 308 Castle Drive when she was awakened by the sound of a loud muffler. She went to the window to see a light-colored car, its headlights on, standing next to the curb directly in front of the building. The muffler was not just loud, it was impertinent. Because it might awaken her child, she watched with relief as it pulled away. But when she returned to her bed, she heard the car returning. This time she flicked on her bedroom light before going to the window. The noisy car and a Jeep beyond it were side by side facing up the hill, their lights on a Mustang in the nearest parking slot. People got into the Mustang and the vehicle's occupants were talking back and forth. She remained at the window and watched as the 3 vehicles disappeared from sight up the hill. She was trying to make up her mind on whether to return to bed or stay up for the baby's feeding when the Mustang came back down the street and drove slowly past the Snyder apartment again before it headed down the hill toward North Lucas Drive. Was this coincidence? Beasley had seen Stokeley and the black man in a Mustang that night. 2 days after the murders on February 19th, Fayetteville police officer cited Greg Mitchell, Helena Stokeley's sometime boyfriend, for having a loud muffler on his faded pale yellow 1964 Plymouth. Upon learning of the murders, Mrs. Snyder immediately told her neighbors about the loud car that had awakened her and of what she had seen in those darkened morning hours. She later said she told an investigator about it, and he told her someone would come back and take a statement, but no one ever did. Sometime between 2:05 and 2:15 a.m. on the morning of the murders, military policeman Carlos Torres had just left work at the NCO club at Fort Bragg. He stopped for a traffic light on Honeycutt at Bragg Boulevard in the McDonald neighborhood. While waiting for the light to change, he observed a dark blue van, which he believed was a Volkswagen, parked on Bragg Boulevard about 60 to 75 yards from the intersection. Marion Campbell, who saw a group at Dunkin' Donuts, said some of the kids left in a blue van. Torres made a left turn onto Bragg Boulevard toward his home at Spring Lake. On that moment, he saw 3 white males running out of the trees toward the van. 2 of the men had long hair. One had a military-type haircut and wore a dark brownish jacket. Also early that morning, at a time between 1:30 and 2:30 a.m., Martha Evers, 38, driving on Bragg Boulevard, saw a blue Mustang parked on the shoulder of the road approximately 200 feet west of Honeycutt Road in the McDonald neighborhood. The trunk of the vehicle was open. A white female wearing a wide-brim white hat stood toward the rear of the vehicle. A white male squatted nearby facing the bushes. Another stood near him, also facing the bushes. In an apartment across the walkway next to the McDonald residence, Janice Pendley Schock was awakened early on the murder morning by the barking of her German Shepherd dog. Then she heard a woman screaming, 2 children crying. The screams soon stopped and she drifted back to sleep. In the apartment next to the McDonald residence, in the bedroom directly over the McDonald living room, 16-year-old Pamela Kalin was awakened momentarily by the sounds of laughing, sobbing, or conversation. She couldn't be sure, apparently coming from the McDonald residence. The noises didn't seem important. She went back to sleep. She and her family would initially tell the CID agents that they heard nothing. Cumberland County Sheriff's Detective John DeCarter had been alerted by phone of the murders at Fort Bragg and was on his way from his home to the sheriff's department early that morning when he stopped for a red light at Stamper Road and Bragg Boulevard. While waiting for the light to change, a small foreign sports car, jammed with people, crossed his headlights on the otherwise deserted Bragg Boulevard headed toward town. This type of little two-seater sports car was rarely seen in the Fayetteville area. Years later, McDonald's defense team would learn that Raymond Cazares, a member of the Stokeley group, owned a small foreign sports car at the time of the murders, and of course, Mr. Gwynn at the trailer park had said the men who lived there had a small sports car. On that same murder morning, pre-dawn, a night man at Dunkin' Donuts claimed to have seen a black man and white woman enter his establishment. He said they came in to wash their hands in the restrooms. He said they had something on them, which he thought was blood. William Posey, next-door neighbor of Helena Stokeley, whom he knew as Helen, also saw something on the morning of the murders that made him wonder whether the girl and her friends were involved in the murders. Posey's story of seeing Helen coming home that morning would soon become a focal point in the case. After the drug raid on the house trailer on the day of the murders, Beasley went home to get some sleep for the rest of the afternoon. That night, while eating supper, he read the story of the murders in the afternoon edition of the Fayetteville Observer, under the subhead, Victims of a Hippie Cult. The front page headline was big and bold. Officer's wife, children found slain at Fort Bragg. The opening paragraph in the story by Pat Reese stated, "An Army doctor's wife and their 2 young children were stabbed to death in their Fort Bragg home early today, apparently victims of a ritualistic hippie cult." Beasley read the story, paying particular attention to the woman assailant described by McDonald. The description matched the one given to Beasley by Captain Melvin on the phone. There was one additional item. According to the paper, the female intruder was said by McDonald to be carrying a candle. Melvin either had forgotten to mention that or hadn't known it. Beasley knew Helena's apartment to be full of candles. He read further. If the paper was accurate, the victims had been stabbed over and over again. The only possible weapon mentioned by the paper was an ice pick found with a club outside the home. Another informant told Beasley that Helena carried an ice pick in her clutch bag. Beasley arrived back at his office at about 7:30 p.m. Tuesday night, approximately 16 hours after the murders had occurred. He asked about the stakeout at the trailer on Murchison Road. No one had shown up there. Quiler Wyndham, boss of the Interagency Narcotics Bureau, had left a verbal message for Beasley and the other members. "Cooperate with the Army," Wyndham had ordered. "But otherwise, don't get sidetracked from your own drug job." Beasley understood his point. City Council had told Wyndham they intended to close Rowan Park if drug activities there weren't curtailed. The Army and FBI would handle the McDonald murders. Stokeley was his drug informant, Beasley reasoned, and he had a right to talk with her. When he went back to work, he made a quick cruise through Rowan Park, observing nothing unusual. Then, a little after 8 p.m., he headed for Helena's pad on Clark Street. After checking to see that no one was in the apartment, he parked his Ford in a dark spot up the street where he could just watch the old house in relative comfort. He relaxed as best he could, his police radio on the seat beside him. The vigil developed into a long wait in the darkness as he watched Stokeley's apartment. According to Beasley, he had already gotten his first look at the inside of Stokeley's pad. A month earlier, he had entered the one-room apartment with a warrant to arrest an AWOL soldier, for which he received a reward. He found his soldier lying naked with 2 nude women, all basking in the glow of a circle of lighted candles on a coffee table near the bed. All the furniture in the room, including the refrigerator, was painted bright green. Hippie pictures of dubious religious significance were everywhere, and the zodiac circle dominated one wall. All the light bulbs had been painted blue, adding an unearthly cast to the flickering candlelight. Many unused candles were stacked in a wicker basket near the zodiac wall. Now, as Beasley watched the house, he lay his head back, his eyes still open. He was stretching his arms about 2:30 a.m. when he heard a loud car approaching. He knew that sound. It was Greg Mitchell's light yellow Plymouth with the blaring muffler. Helena had told him to watch out for Mitchell, that he was mean as a snake. Headlights approached Beasley from the corner down the block, and as he expected, they turned into Helena's driveway. Beasley hit the starter on his Ford and brought the engine to life. He surged forward and braked across the driveway. Beasley saw occupants unloading from both sides of the automobile. He realized that there were more people than he had anticipated. One of them, a female, was already disappearing into Helena's apartment. Beasley hastily scanned the silhouettes of the others milling in the driveway as they looked warily in his direction. He spotted Helena and quickly counted 5 males, including the nervous, lean Greg Mitchell. The black man with the field jacket wasn't among them. "Hey, you've got to move that car," one of them yelled at him. "You're blocking us." "I want to talk to Helena," Beasley yelled back. He stepped around the Ford, his radio in his left hand, his right hand free to reach for his pistol. "That's a pig," he heard someone grumble. "I only want to talk to Helena Stokeley." "Get lost," one of the shadowed men shouted at him just as he saw Helena step forward, separating herself from the group. Some of the others began following menacingly behind her. Beasley says he then placed his hand on the pistol at his hip, gripping the butt loosely, slowly, making sure the motion was seen. Helena turned and waved her arm drunkenly at the others. "Hey guys, everything's cool," she giggled. Beasley realized she was high. She ambled out to the street while the others held their distance. "I know what you're looking for, Mr. Beasley," she said nervously, the giggle still in her voice, her eyes barely focusing on his face. "You want to see my ice pick?" "Stop it, Helena," he growled. He moved to keep the men in view behind her. "Those children aren't anything to joke about." Beasley said her lopsided smile disappeared. Tears formed. She lowered her head, but he put a finger under her chin and forced her to look up at him. "Have you heard the descriptions they're broadcasting?" he asked her. She nodded, looking at him through tears. Her lips trembled and her shoulders shook. "I saw you last night, Helena, you and the black guy." Beasley pointed at the loafers on her feet. "You were wearing boots last night, and your wig and hat. Descriptions fit you and your black friend to a T." She didn't reply. She hung her head again. "Helena, tell me the truth," he said quietly, trying to get through her stupor. "You've never lied to me before. Were you involved in those killings?" He looked over her head toward the angry group, milling ever nearer. Helena stood, unmoving, until he began to think she intended to ignore the question. Again he glanced toward the men near the other car. "Helena," Beasley insisted, "were you involved?" She wiped a hand across her eyes without looking up. "I don't know, Mr. Beasley." She began to cry. "I was spaced out last night, so spaced out. But in my mind, I may have been there. I see things happening, awful things." Beasley realized that something had shaken this usually cool and deliberate informant, and he worried that she might actually have seen the murders. "Now listen to me carefully, Helena. Be sure of what you're saying. This is serious. It won't end here." She nodded her head without looking up, swaying a bit as she moved again to brush her eyes with her arm. Beasley lifted his radio to his mouth and called for the police dispatcher. The voice of Faddis Davis answered almost immediately. "Get in touch with the CID at Fort Bragg," Beasley told Davis. "Tell them to send someone to 1108 Clark Street. I'm holding people for questioning who may have been involved in the murders out there." Helena looked up at Beasley as Davis acknowledged the instructions. "A bad trip, she wept. "Don't say any more now," he says, he cautioned her. "Wait until the army guys come. It's a federal case. I don't have any jurisdiction in it. It'll be better if you wait and tell them." Helena nodded and continued to cry softly. Beasley says he left Helena leaning against the fender of his car as he moved toward the group of angry men in the driveway. "I have backup officers on the way," he told them. "Cooperate with me, and there won't be any problems." They obeyed his instructions as he moved from one to another demanding identification. He began listing their names in his notebook, writing in large block letters to compensate for the near darkness. According to Beasley, he wanted the names for his report, knowing that once the CID arrived, he might never have an opportunity to gather identifications. He says that the first man he braced, a man he knew as Don Harris, was stoned. The man was nervous, slightly incoherent, but fully cooperative. As Beasley spoke to a second man, he noticed another member of the group moving impatiently, edging closer. It was Greg Mitchell, his eyes angry, his face hard. Another informant had told Beasley that Mitchell was dangerous and unpredictable, not playing with a full deck. And Helena had once told him, "Always keep an eye on Greg Mitchell. He considers himself a protector of the group. Never turn your back on him." Beasley stepped around to face Mitchell as he continued to list names. "What's the hassle for?" Mitchell demanded. "This is Gestapo stuff. We haven't done anything. This is private property and nobody's made a complaint here." Beasley says he ignored the words as he stepped up to the last man. "Let's see some identification." "I ain't got any," the man retorted belligerently. Mitchell moved to the left, which forced Beasley to reposition himself to keep the man he was addressing between them. The move hadn't gone unnoticed. According to Beasley, at that moment he felt he had lost the psychological advantage. "Stay here," he ordered. He placed his right hand on his pistol and stepped backward toward his car and to Helena, who hadn't moved from her position at the fender. He pulled her to the other side of the car and placed her near the door where she would be better shielded if he were fired upon. He lifted his radio again and called impatiently for the dispatcher. When Davis responded, Beasley says he asked angrily, "What's with the CID?" "Bragg's been notified," Davis answered. "They're probably halfway there now." Beasley grunted acknowledgement and put the radio down on the car hood, his eyes intent on the group of men bunched in the alley. Minutes dragged by as everyone waited tensely. Beasley said the men seemed to be gathering resolve. Some of them went into Helena's apartment, slamming the door violently. Beasley said he wondered if they had a gun in the house. More time passed. Still no sign of the CID agents. The men came out of the apartment again and joined the others in an irate, murmuring huddle. Beasley raised his radio to his lips and complained to his dispatcher. "They're not there yet?" Davis asked. "No, they're not." Beasley says by this time he was very angry. "And I can't hold this thing together much longer. I got half a dozen people here. If the CID doesn't show soon, I'm going to have to drop it." Cursing quietly, he lowered the radio. Mitchell had sidled closer, and Beasley was certain the man had overheard him. Mitchell went back and began talking quickly with his friends, occasionally gesturing toward Beasley. "Listen," Beasley told Helena, "this is bad stuff. You've got to keep from getting in any deeper. If the CID doesn't get here, and if I have to leave, I want you to call Fort Bragg in the morning and tell them everything you know. Understand? I can't afford to take you with me when I leave. They'll know you've been working for me. If I have to go, tell them I picked on you because somebody saw you in your wig last night. Now call the CID in the morning, understand? It's for your own good, Helena. It's the only way. You understand me? Tell me you understand." He says he saw real fear in the girl's eyes. "Mr. Beasley, it was such a bad trip." At that moment, men began to move out of their huddle. They fanned out across the driveway, facing Beasley, moving toward him, obviously no longer cowed by the threat of his pistol. "We're not staying here any longer, pig," Mitchell called. "We're driving out, so get that fucking car out of our way." Beasley backed off. His orders were that if he found anything, he was to notify the CID. He had done that. He gave Helena's arm a reassuring squeeze, and he slipped into his car, tossed his radio on the seat in disgust, and started the engine. As he pulled away, taunts and jeers followed from the driveway behind him. When Beasley again reported for duty late that afternoon on Wednesday, February 18th, he immediately called CID headquarters to determine if Helena Stokeley had contacted their agents or if they had contacted her. "I'm sorry," said the person who answered, "but all of our agents are busy right now." William Ivory, though, had received Beasley's insistent message about Stokeley, a woman he apparently knew well according to later testimony. According to an agent who worked with Ivory, he and Ivory picked up Helena Stokeley 2 nights later and escorted her to a safe house, where, according to this agent, Ivory interviewed her. Ivory made no report of the interview, and the CID didn't even let Beasley know they had interviewed her. According to an Army report, soon after Ivory's alleged interview with Helena Stokeley, some unknown person apparently recommended her to the FBI, who at that time was searching for suspects amongst the hippie community, but Stokeley wasn't given to them as a suspect. The FBI had asked for help, and incredibly, Stokeley was offered under another name as a trusted informant. This occurred despite the fact that some CID agents and local police believed that she might be connected with the murders. So it happened, in a case in which she was already a key figure and would remain so for many years, that Helena Stokeley helped the FBI search for a woman in a floppy hat, blonde hair, and boots. A description of herself on the murder night. While she aided the FBI, Stokeley was placed off limits to local police officers. They were told by a superior in the Fayetteville Police Department that only the government man was to talk with her. Nevertheless, Beasley saw her again that week after Ivory and a partner picked her up, and now, apparently to prove to Beasley that her earlier admissions were groundless, she showed Beasley her wig and hat. She insisted that he'd find nothing on them tying her to the murders. He told her he couldn't see the objects in the dark car and would have to take them with him. The next day, he phoned the CID and asked them to lab test the items. He says they refused. There was no need. He then asked his boss, Rudy Studer, to have them tested in the police lab. Studer also refused. Beasley returned to his office and immediately got a phone call from an angry Stokeley demanding that he return the items to her. He did so, and she later reported that she burned them. Studer then specifically ordered Beasley to stay out of the case unless he was asked in. But the FBI agents, under orders from Hoover to investigate local drug users, were not yet convinced. For the next few days, the Bureau remained busy taking statements from young hippie types in the local area, some of whose names were given them by Stokeley. The FBI agents photographed the potential suspects she gave them, and they sometimes had the females speak into a tape recorder saying, "Acid is groovy, kill the pigs." According to Ivory's later statement during the Army hearing, Stokeley herself was among those hippies interviewed by the FBI. Yet strangely, Jeffrey MacDonald was never shown a single such photograph, nor was he ever asked to listen to a tape recording. During this hectic week of FBI activity, the agents went to the places McDonald had frequented in an effort to find someone who had a grudge against him. They soon learned about the overdose soldier McDonald had treated at Cape Fear Valley Hospital a month before the murders, and they found out about the police interrogation of that soldier's 2 friends and the arrest of their heroin dealer. Agent Vernon Spessert of the CID interviewed the nurse who had phoned the police the night of the incident. An FBI report detailing Spessert's interview says, "Emergency room, Cape Fear Valley Hospital, advised that in regard to Redacted, who was received in that hospital on January 16, 1970, from an overdose of heroin, that she personally called the Fayetteville, North Carolina Police Department and reported the same. She advised that Redacted was treated by Dr. Jeffrey MacDonald and was brought into the emergency room by 2 white males whom she described as hippie types, who told her that they had given him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. She further advised that Redacted had on his arm a lot of scars from injecting himself with heroin, and that Dr. McDonald saved his life by performing a tracheotomy. She stated that Dr. McDonald, to the best of her judgment, had no hostility or sympathy for these drug users, and was, in her opinion, a good doctor. This report posed a tantalizing mystery for McDonald's defense team when they learned about it through FOIA releases many years later. They reasoned that if the drug users involved had jumped to a conclusion that it was McDonald who had called the police, the arrest could have served as a motive for revenge. Yet the team was stymied in their efforts to follow the idea any further. The FBI documents which attested to the essential facts of the event showed the names of the officers and suspects blacked out, and there was nothing in the local newspaper concerning the arrest of the black drug dealer. It wasn't until mid-1990 that Fred Bost was able to see an unmarked copy of that same FBI report and discovered that the overdose patient was Robert Wallach, and that the two friends were named Larry Cook and Thomas Vincent Brown. If the FBI had continued a coordinated probe, it is probable that the federal agents would have learned a number of interesting facts. For instance, Larry Cook was either a part of or very tight with the Stokeley crowd. An item in a CID case file quoted Army Chaplain John P. McCullough as saying that Cook and Greg Mitchell were close friends and had been in the drug program Operation Awareness together. Mitchell, who had been Helena Stokeley's boyfriend, would later say he met Cook after the murders. However, the stories offered to the FBI by Cook and Brown suggest otherwise. Brown told the FBI agents that he spent the night of the murders in a house on Haymount Street. There is no Haymount Street in Fayetteville. There is a Hay Street, which runs through the center of the then drug-plagued Haymount district. According to Helena Stokeley, her group conducted ceremonies in Candy's black-painted pad at 908 Hay Street, near Stokeley's pad on Clark. That is the place where Beasley's fellow officer found the carcass of the dead cat in the weeds behind the house. Larry Cook, on the other hand, told the FBI agents that he spent the night of the murders with friends at a trailer on Murchison Road, near a foreign car garage. Hickory Trailer Court, the home of the black man with the field jacket and the location of the drugs Beasley found in the raid, was on Murchison Road, near the only foreign car garage in the area, and across the street from Johnson's store where Averett saw Stokeley and a black man the morning after the murders. These statements meant nothing to the FBI at the time. Yet, if they had been allowed to continue their investigation in depth, they might have discovered that Cook was connected with the Stokeley group through yet another close friendship, one suggesting equal significance, a friendship with Richard Fortner. Helena Stokeley is on audio tape describing how her group got angry with Fortner one day when he spilled their liquid opium during a group shoot-up at 1108 Clark Street. William Posey, Stokeley's neighbor, also knew Fortner and had seen him with the Stokeley Circle. Another documented fact ties Cook to the Stokeley group. He and Fortner were arrested together with two other men for group possession of 87 capsules of heroin on May 11, 1970, so there is some indication that those in the Stokeley crowd were aware of the hospital incident of January 16, 1970. Two men, one of them being a group friend or compatriot, Larry Cook, took a sick friend to McDonald at the hospital and were immediately taken into custody where they revealed their drug dealer. Their black drug dealer was arrested, and he no doubt wondered who had called in the police. A month later, Jeffrey MacDonald told of being attacked by a black man wielding a baseball bat. The McDonald defense team could locate no document which gave them the name of the black drug dealer who had been arrested as a result of the emergency room incident. The FBI report said the man was a Negro male who hangs around the Action pool room and bar, and who is described as being 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing 160 pounds and aged 29 to 30. Interestingly, the description given by McDonald that would run in a newspaper ad published by Bernard Siegel that summer, seeking help in finding the assailants, shows a sketch of a full-cheeked, thick-necked black man, described by McDonald as 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighing about 165 pounds. It seems that CID agents knew much more about Stokeley, about her admission to Beasley, about her mode of dress on the night of the murders, and about her drug-dealing friends than they were admitting. And they were well acquainted with McDonald's own troubles with the drug community. Yet this Helena Stokeley, even though she matched the description given by McDonald and Micah, even though she had no alibi for precisely the hours in question on the murder morning, and even though she said she might have been in the home and saw awful things, this strange girl was allowed to continue her travel within the circles of law enforcement in the underworld at will, as if she enjoyed a special brand of immunity. On April 6, 1970, 7 weeks after the murders, the CID finally revealed that Jeffrey MacDonald, and only Jeffrey MacDonald, remained their target. Investigative journalist Ken Adachi poses the inevitable question: what actually happened that night? Adachi subsequently elaborates by explaining that there were at least 7 and possibly 8 members of a local 13-member satanic drug cult, most of them high on drugs, had entered McDonald's home sometime after 2 a.m. on February 17, 1970, and murdered Colette and the 2 young children. The attackers may have inadvertently or intentionally allowed McDonald to survive so that he could be blamed for the killings. One of the newer and youngest members of that satanic drug cult, 16-year-old Helena Stokeley, remorseful after the event, tried to help win McDonald's vindication in later years by revealing a portion of what she knew. But the Army CID, the FBI, the Fayetteville Police Department, prosecutor's office, and the judge in this case had very different ideas about what they were going to allow Helena Stokeley to reveal before a jury. In May of 1982, Ted Gunderson and Fayetteville police detective Prince Beasley arranged for Helena to sit down in front of a film crew from 60 Minutes and reveal much, but not all, of what she knew about the murders and the events that transpired in the McDonald home on that fateful night. Her filmed confessions also revealed much about the official investigators and their motivations for framing McDonald, who turned out to be the perfect patsy, in order to limit the scope of the investigation to McDonald only and maintain the cover-up of a lucrative CIA drug pipeline running from Vietnam into military bases in the U.S., using the body cavities of dead American soldiers being returned to America. The 60 Minutes interview was never aired. Helena, after giving birth to a baby boy in June, was found dead, nude from the waist down on January 14, 1983. Her baby, though dehydrated, was found alive and survived. About 2 weeks before the discovery of her body, Helena had placed frantic phone calls with both Ted Gunderson and Prince Beasley. She had been recently interviewed by the FBI, and now, she reported, she could see 2 men in black suits were running surveillance on her every move, 24 hours a day, parked across from her apartment in Seneca, South Carolina. She told Beasley and Gunderson that she was scared and needed protection. She told Prince Beasley that she was prepared to finally tell the whole story about the McDonald murders without demanding immunity for herself, and wanted to blow the lid off Fort Bragg. Ted Gunderson called Beasley and urged him to get down to Helena's place as fast as he could. Before Beasley could arrange to take the trip, local newspapers announced that Helena Stokeley was found dead. The official autopsy said that Helena had died of pneumonia and cirrhosis of the liver. Ted Gunderson is convinced that she was silenced using one of the many covert, untraceable assassination techniques known to government intel agencies. A Satanist and CIA insider interviewed by Ted Gunderson identified January 13th as an important date for Satanists. They consider January 13th the Satanic New Year, as January 13th is considered the 13th day of the 13th month. The number 13 is an all-important satanic number and is used repeatedly by satanic groups. For example, satanic covens are always composed of 13 full-fledged members. On the night of the McDonald killings, Jeffrey MacDonald was only aware of the presence of 3 males and 1 female in his living room where he was assaulted and left unconscious. Ted Gunderson believes that 8 cult members had entered the McDonald home that night. With information gathered from Helena Stokeley, Prince Beasley, and other sources, Ted believes that the cult members involved were 1. Cult leader Francis Winterbourne, nicknamed Wizard, 2 Z's, 2. Greg Mitchell, 3. Shelby Don Harris, 4. Alan Mozzarella, 5. Dwight Smith, nicknamed Zigzag, 6. Bruce Fowler, 7. Helena Stokeley, and 8. Kathy Perry. Helena Stokeley never implicated Kathy Perry as part of the group who entered McDonald's home, but Perry herself admitted to the FBI that she was present at the murder scene. Ted Gunderson and Prince Beasley have speculated that Helena was fond of Kathy Perry and wanted to shield her from being implicated in the murders. Stokeley had absolutely refused to identify one man who was only referred to as Wizard with 2 Z's. She consistently claimed to not know Wizard's name. Wizard's name was discovered to be Francis Winterbourne, a known member of the Process Church of the Final Judgment. Members of the cult had been responsible for distributing drugs up and down the East Coast from New York to Miami through what became known as the Cadaver Connection. The on-scene detective who has identified the cult members responsible for the infamous Fort Bragg murders provided a statement of facts given to Ted Gunderson on May 5, 1986. I, Prince Everett Beasley, make the following free and voluntary statement to Ted Gunderson, a private investigator from Los Angeles. No threats or promises were made to get me to make this statement. I am a retired police officer who served on the Fayetteville, North Carolina Police Department from 1953 to 1973. Helena Stokeley was my drug informant from approximately 1968 until 1972. She was turned over to me by Lieutenant Rudy Studer, Fayetteville, North Carolina Police Department. He turned her over to me because Helena's parents were mad at him for working Helena in the drug community, and because he was made a lieutenant and couldn't devote the necessary time to working with her. Studer told me the reason he turned Helena over to me was because of his promotion. Helena told me he turned her over to me because of the problem with her parents. Shortly after I was assigned to the narcotics squad, Helena told me that drugs, primarily heroin, were being smuggled into this country in the body cavities of the dead soldiers being returned by air from Vietnam to the United States. She named Ike Atkinson as the ringleader. Atkinson was located in Goldsboro, North Carolina, supposedly working out of Johnson Air Force Base. Helena told me they were smuggling drugs in the same manner into Johnson Air Force Base. She advised Atkinson was in the service, but subsequently got out and continued his business in drugs with the same contacts. I didn't pay much attention to Atkinson because he wasn't in our jurisdiction. This information is all that Helena told me up to the time of the McDonald murders in 1970. Helena told me after the McDonald murders that there were contacts in Vietnam who would put the drugs in the GI's bodies in plastic bags after the autopsies were complete. The bodies were then sewn up and shipped to Pope Air Base, Fort Bragg, Johnson Air Base, and other bases which she did not name. When the bodies arrived in the U.S., they were met by a contact in the United States at one of the military bases, and after the drugs were removed by this contact, the bodies were then sent to their final destination. The person who met the bodies at the respective air bases knew which bodies to check based on a predetermined code. Although I believe Helena knew their identities, she never gave me this information. Helena told me that the people who handled the assignments in Vietnam and those who met the planes in the United States were all military personnel. She stated most of the drugs came from Thailand. She also stated the drugs and the pickups were made at the base at Fort Bragg. The reason she gave me more details after the McDonald murders was because she wanted me to know that she knew what she was talking about. She stated she would give me details including names, dates, and places once she was given immunity by the U.S. government. When Ted Gunderson and I initially interviewed her, we told her we would attempt to get immunity for her on these matters. Helena advised that Spider Newman, his son, Red Newman, Winifred Winnie Cole, Tom Hart, and Junebug Walters, I don't know Walters' real first name, were several steps in the organization under Atkinson. All of these individuals were civilians who operated in the Fayetteville, North Carolina area selling drugs. None of these individuals had a business cover, but sold drugs out of their house. Those of us in law enforcement knew through our intelligence community that Atkinson ran the Vietnam smuggling operation on the eastern seaboard. I believe Atkinson was arrested by the federal narcotic authorities in the middle 1970s, and he was recently turned down on parole. Spider Newman was being tried for drugs in the mid-1970s. There was a courtroom break, and he was later found in his car behind his home, shot in the head. I later heard that Spider was getting ready to turn state's evidence when this happened. The police ruled this a suicide. His trial was in federal court. Red Newman has been tried on drugs and is serving time in the federal system. Cole went to state prison on drug charges in Fayetteville. Winifred Cole, Tommy Hart, and Junebug Walters were all tried and convicted of drug trafficking. I believe they were all tried in local and federal courts at different times. I don't know if Cole and Walters are in jail now, but I know Hart is in the North Carolina state penal system. In regard to the Vietnam operation, Helena told me that military, civilian, and police officers were involved in the Vietnam drug network. She stated there were 2 prominent local attorneys and army officers as high as generals who were part of this operation. She stated she would name and identify the people if given immunity by the U.S. government. I believe this is part of the bombshell she said she was going to drop. Helena never named the police officers she said were involved in the Vietnam operation, but she did state that Studer and Sonberg were involved in drugs. Possibly, these are the individuals she was referring to in regard to the Vietnam drug network who were police officers. Helena also told me after the McDonald murders that Alan Matzerol, who was in her coven satanic cult, was a drug runner up and down the East Coast. Mozzarella took drugs as far away as Florida and New York City. He was in the army at the time. She never said where Mozzarella obtained his drugs. Helena also told me that Don Harris, also a member of her coven satanic cult, was a heavy user of drugs. This is all she said about him. Helena told me that Dwight Smith was a drug dealer locally. She never said where Smith obtained his drugs. She said Smith was an all-right guy. Helena told me that Kathy Perry was a user of drugs. Perry took as many drugs as she could get her hands on. Perry dealt drugs only to maintain her habit. Helena told me that Greg Mitchell was a dealer and a heavy user of drugs as well. She never gave details regarding how he dealt, but she stated anytime someone couldn't find drugs, they could always go to Mitchell, and he would have them. At times he would supply the whole group. Helena told me that Bruce Fowler was a drug dealer and a user, and that she was his girlfriend. She never gave more details than this. Dwight Smith, Don Harris, Alan Mozzarella, Bruce Fowler, and Greg Mitchell were all in the same coven satanic cult with Helena, and were all in the military. She stated that all of the above were dangerous, but she was most afraid of Mozzarella. She stated that Mozzarella would kill you in a minute. I had extensive intelligence files on all of the above close associates of Helena's. This information has disappeared from the Fayetteville police files. I learned these files disappeared in August of 1979. During the McDonald trial, I was given a subpoena to bring these records to the trial. It was then that I learned they were gone. In 1981 or 1982, I talked to Mrs. Greg Mitchell after Greg had died. She told me that Greg had previously told her about drugs being smuggled into the U.S. in the body cavities of the dead GIs from Vietnam. She stated that Greg didn't give her the names of persons involved. He told her about the contacts in Vietnam who placed the drugs in plastic bags into the bodies, and others in the U.S. at our air bases who met the planes and took the drugs from the bodies. He stated military personnel were involved in this operation in Vietnam and in the U.S. Lieutenant Studer told me in 1968 to 1969, drugs were being brought into the U.S. from Vietnam in the body cavities of the dead soldiers. He said they were being flown into the United States to the military air bases and dispersed from there by contacts within the military. Studer subsequently was promoted to captain, chief of detectives, but was forced to resign because he misappropriated pornographic material obtained during an investigation. Helena told me that Studer monitored the drugs that Helena obtained, and if he didn't like them, he had her exchange those drugs for drugs that Studer could use. Helena told me that if the police obtained drugs on an arrest, it would often be on the street the next day. Studer would take the drugs and give them to Helena to sell back on the street. The only way I know that Studer could get these drugs was from the evidence room. Studer and Detective Larry Sonberg both had keys to the evidence room. Helena told me that William F. Ivory, CID, and Studer were close friends. She stated that Ivory was dealing drugs with Studer. She stated she would give more details concerning Ivory if she was given immunity. Ivory was involved in the crime scene search on the McDonald case. She also stated she would give more information on Studer if she was given immunity. Joseph Bullock was an informant and undercover operator for me and Studer from 1969 to 1971. Bullock advised me that he saw Studer and Ivory exchange envelopes on occasion at the Dunkin' Donuts, Bragg Boulevard, Fayetteville, North Carolina, during this period of time. Studer dropped Bullock shortly after this because, according to Bullock, Studer knew too much of what was going on. Bullock was subsequently shot in the head during an ambush when he came home from work. It was general knowledge in the community that Bullock was an informant for me. Bullock described Studer as a son of a bitch. Sonberg left town unexpectedly shortly after the McDonald murders. The rumor was that Sonberg had double-crossed some drug dealers and had to leave town. Helena told me that Sonberg was dealing drugs even though he was a police officer. I have no knowledge that Sonberg was involved with the drug operation out of Vietnam. Helena once mentioned the name Proctor to me. I don't recall what was said about him, but I knew that she knew him. I assume she was referring to James Proctor, Judge Dupree's former son-in-law. I don't recall if she referred to Proctor by his first name. She mentioned this sometime after the McDonald murders. She said she would talk more about Proctor if given immunity. Helena told me that 3 or 4 nights after the McDonald murders, she was picked up by Ivory and I believe CID agent Shaw. I don't know his first name. She stated they talked to her about the McDonald murders. Helena advised me she gave them a story that they didn't believe, and they turned her loose. Helena told me that Studer contacted her shortly after the McDonald murders, and Studer told her to get out of town because Beasley was after her. She ultimately left and went to Nashville, Tennessee. During the time I worked with Helena, 1968 to 72, I estimate that she was responsible as an informant for the arrest of hundreds of individuals. I estimate at least 200 persons or more were arrested as a result of information furnished by her. She set up Mozzarella and Thomas Rizzo for the arrest on drugs just before the McDonald murders. When I looked for the intelligence files on the Stokeley group in 1979, I recall also looking for the arrest file on Mozzarella and Rizzo for their arrest. I recall they were arrested in January 1970. I remember that these arrest files were intact at that time. I have since been told that the arrest files on Mozzarella and Rizzo are now missing. It is interesting to note that Mozzarella claims that he was in jail the night of the McDonald murders. He claims he can prove this from Superior Court records in Cumberland County. I have been told there is a slip of paper in the court records that shows Mozzarella was in jail the night of February 16, 1970. These records are available to the public. I know Mozzarella was not in jail February 16th and 17th, 1970, because I arrested him in January 1970 and recall that the trial was set for Mozzarella the day of February 17th, 1970. If Mozzarella had been in jail that date, he would have been available for trial, and I would have had to appear in court as a witness. John DeCarter of the sheriff's office was with me in the arrest of Rizzo and Mozzarella, and he would have also had to appear in court on February 17, 1970. I specifically recall that I did not appear in court on any case at the Cumberland County Courthouse on February 17, 1970. I was on the street all day looking for suspects on the McDonald murders. I don't recall that Mozzarella was out on bail, but I believe he was, or he would have appeared in court on the 17th. Since he didn't appear, I believe he jumped bail, which means a bench warrant would have been issued for him. I recall he was subsequently arrested in Waycross, Georgia for burglary, but I have been informed through my sources in law enforcement that the Waycross arrest records are also missing. I recall that a bondsman, C.B. Averett, went to Waycross to extradite Mozzarella for jumping bond on my drug arrest. I talked to Averett in 1979 and he told me that he didn't recall making the bond and had no record. I talked to him a month later and he recalled that he made bond for Mozzarella for $2,500 after the McDonald murders, which according to him would confirm that Mozzarella was in jail the night of the 16th and 17th. Averett is either involved in the cover-up or is mistaken. Mozzarella's bond could not have been made after the McDonald murders because the trial was set for the 17th as explained before. I don't have knowledge concerning the possible altering of court records concerning the Mozzarella Rizzo drug arrest, but I recall a number of occasions when Cumberland Courthouse records were altered after working hours at night. I don't believe Mozzarella was in jail the night of the murders. In addition, Helena told me that Mozzarella was out that night and involved in the McDonald murders. In regard to cases that Helena made for me, I recall that she was responsible for the largest drug recovery in the history of our police department up to the time I retired. Several months before the McDonald murders, she tipped us on drugs that were being transported from Canada to Fayetteville. 7 suspects were arrested, and over $20,000 worth of drugs were recovered. Helena was also responsible for the arrest of 4 suspects from Texas who were also transporting and selling drugs in Fayetteville. We recovered about $40,000 worth of drugs on this case. Helena told me about every instance where drugs came into Fayetteville from other areas. At the time, I didn't think about it, but I now believe she told us about drugs coming from outside Fayetteville to eliminate competition, probably protecting the local drug scene, i.e., the Vietnam operation. This is my opinion. Judge Dupree and the U.S. government have attempted to discredit me, insinuating I am having and have had mental problems. I would like to point out that I have been on the Police Officers Advisory Commission for North Carolina since before I retired from the Fayetteville Police Department in 1973. I have read this statement and it is true and correct to the best of my knowledge. Prince E. Beasley. May 21st, 1982. During the Helena Stokeley interview with retired Detective Prince Beasley and former FBI agent Ted Gunderson, she attempts to justify the confession by explaining her perception of immunity due to her understanding of the statute of limitations. Unfortunately, I was forced to rely on the transcript of the interview due to the poor audio quality from the original recording. Gunderson begins the interview by saying, "Helena, these murders, the McDonald murders, they occurred in the early morning hours of February 17, 1970. Since that time, a number of people have said that you talked to them and advised in some instances you were there. Others said that you were there but you're not sure. In December of 1980, you gave Mr. Beasley and me a statement wherein you advised that you were definitely there. Now since then, last summer, as recent as last summer, the FBI contacted you and you said you don't recall being there. Can you tell us why you've changed your mind through these last 12 years so many times?" I was instantly reminded of the Maury Terry interview with David Berkowitz when Stokeley strangely admits, "At the time of the murders, I was involved with a satanic cult. Since then, I have been contacted. I'm now pregnant. Anyone who knows anything about witchcraft knows the firstborn child can be sacrificed and will be. I have been threatened. Threats have been made on me, my family, and everyone else." "So you've changed your story, or?" Ted asked. Helena claims, "I haven't changed my story, I'm only dropping names." Ted asked the question, "It's varied over the last 12 years because you are in fear of your life, and most recently because of your forthcoming child." "If you check it," Helena says, "I don't think the story has vacillated that much. The fact that I am not involving people's names right now does." "And why are you not involving people's names?" "Because the people that were with me that night were members of the cult, and I have been contacted since that time." "And what did they say to you?" "They have reminded me of certain rituals and things like that with the cult." What did they say specifically they would do to you if you divulged their names or furnished any more details than you've already furnished? Didn't you tell us today that they threatened to slit your stomach and take your first child? They said they could do that, but there are several different methods of taking care of the firstborn child. Have they told you this? Yes, sir. Is this one of the reasons why you are very concerned at this time? Yes, sir. Do you want to tell us what happened that night? Before we talk about that night, let's start with when it was originally planned, or when did the cult become actually involved, and that they decided that they would go after the McDonald family. Elena responded. Dr. Jeffrey MacDonald was discussed as early as October of 1969. He was not cooperative in helping heroin addicts. He was more interested in working with people on hallucinogenics and things like that. He just wouldn't cooperate with us at all, meaning the cult. Most of the people involved with the cult were on opiates of some sort, so as early as October, as I recall, he was discussed. About 10 or 10:30, more towards 11 that night, he was discussed because he had given someone they had tried to get some help and he refused it. He tried to turn them over to the authorities on the base. You're talking about the night before the murders, which would have been February 16th? Right. When he did that, it was suggested that someone approach him and try to make him realize, that he had to help us or something like that. How could he help you? Changing his ways, really. So you went into the house in order to convince him that he should change his ways and attitude toward the drug addicts in that area of Fayetteville and Fort Bragg? The night of the murders, there was no discussion of murder at all. Was there discussion of murder in October of 1969? Only if he didn't cooperate. Did they go in with the idea of murdering the family? Not the night of the murders, no. But they did discuss it in October 1969. No, not murdering. Well now, you told Mr. Beasley and me previously that they had planned to go in and murder the family. They said if he didn't cooperate, something would be done. Meaning, it was understood what would be done, which was, it was understood also that Colette was pregnant. Something could be done to her unborn child. Something could be done to her other children. What does something could be done? What does that mean? Well, as far as I knew, all they discussed was going in and the term roughing them up was used, and that's it. As far as the cult ritual is concerned, you've also advised Mr. Beasley and me that this particular cult did believe in animal and human sacrifice. Is that true? Yes, sir. Had this cult been involved in other murders? They had been, yes. Before the McDonald murders? Yes, sir. Subsequent to the McDonald murders? Very prior to it, yes. Immediately prior to the McDonald murders? Yes. And how many members are in the cult? In the immediate cult, as far as the closed meetings and things like that, there were 13. And when you say immediate, how about? Are there some other people who are also involved in the cult? We had open meetings sometimes, where there were sometimes as many as 22 to 27 members. And what is the difference between an open and closed cult meeting? Elena responded. You had to be initiated. You had to be involved with the cult activities, know what was going on, and, as I said, really be involved with it. To be in the closed meeting, Anderson asked. Yes, sir. And what was the difference between the person who was allowed in the closed meeting versus the one who was not allowed in the closed meeting? There were certain rituals and also things that were not discussed in open meetings that were discussed in closed meetings. Will you tell us what was discussed in the closed meetings? No, sir, I can't go into that. Why won't you go into that? For fear of my own self and my unborn child and my family. You told Mr. Beasley and me also in 1980 that one of the high priorities in human sacrifice was a pregnant woman for this group. Is that true? Yes, sir. The firstborn child is imminent in any type of case like that. When you say imminent, what do you mean? It's the top of the list, there is. You mean for death or for property? Anything. Anything they want to do with the child. Yes, sir. This concerns you at this time. Yes, sir. Would you, going back again in 1969, did you know that Colette was pregnant at that time? Yes, sir, I did. Did they discuss this in the meeting? Yes, sir. Did they discuss the other children, the possible murder of the other children? No. The night of the murders, I was not aware there were other children in the house. How long were you involved in this cult? When did you first become, say, interested, and when were you first admitted? Approximately sometime in the spring of 1969 is when you became interested. Yes, sir. But I was not initiated at that time. You were at the open meetings at that time. Yes, sir. When were you taken into the closed meetings? In other words, when were you considered to be one of the 13? In May of 1969. In May of 1969? So during the planning of the McDonald murders and subsequent to that after the murder and during the murders themselves, you were actually a member of this cult of 13 people? Yes, sir. Will you name the people who were also in that cult with you? No, sir. And why won't you do that? I can't do it, that's all. Did they plan the murders in October 1969? No, sir. The murders were not planned. Will you tell us about that first meeting? When it was first discussed, was it a closed group or was it an open group? An open group the first time. And the only fact that was discussed was that Captain McDonald would not help heroin addicts or anyone else on opiates. At that time, they were requiring people on the base to roll their sleeves up 3/4 length, and if they had tracks or something like that, needle marks on their arms, they would be arrested or put into the hospital or something like that. And McDonald, it seems, was named as one of the instigators of that. Why didn't you go after the others who instigated it? Or did you? He was the main person. He was the main person. Had you planned to go after the others? No, there were no plans to go after anyone. We simply wanted to accost him and see what was going on. Toward the end of the interview, Elena is asked once again why she is not involving people's names. She responded, "Because there are still members of the witchcraft cult, and I've tried to get out myself, but it's one thing you can't get out of. And I have received threats. They've threatened my life, as far as crucifixion and things like that. And as of late, as far as the baby goes, that they would take care of the baby." Was this cult involved in other murders? Yes, it was. You told Mr. Beasley and me that one of the high priorities in the cult was a child. Elena says, "If you're talking about the child that Colette was carrying, yes, it was, because it was discussed that if there was any arguments or anything like that the child would be the first one to be destroyed." What's the difference between white witchcraft and black witchcraft? Ted asked. White witchcraft is for benevolent purposes. It does not necessarily involve worshipping the devil. Witchcraft is mind over matter. Black witchcraft is hexes, curses, etc. Aren't you concerned about being on television with this interview? Not at this time anymore, since I've been off of drugs for over 3 years now. I feel that what needs to be done is to have the truth brought out once and for all, and to have all people who have been persecuted in this case, and indicated and all that, freed once and for all. So your motivation is out of conscience for both McDonald and for your personal safety and the safety of your future child? Yes, it is. 3 separate perpetrators who were present or participated in the murders ultimately confessed. FOIA documents revealed that the FBI had obtained a confession from Kathy Perry, Greg Mitchell, and Helena Stokeley, who was a proven informant for not only the local Fayetteville, North Carolina Police Department. She was also a federal informant for the FBI as well as the Army itself, or the CID, which would clearly account for the fact that they didn't want to place her at the crime scene, especially considering her prominent role in the unprecedented large-scale illegal heroin trafficking operation being conducted through Fort Bragg at the time. Interestingly, one of Jeffrey MacDonald's own attorneys happened to be involved in a large-scale drug trafficking operation himself, and was inevitably murdered in Philadelphia. John Markham, another attorney for McDonald, was later exposed as a prominent member of the Process Church of the Final Judgment. As I traced back John Markham's connections to the Process Church, I quickly discovered strong corroborating evidence in the form of the John Markham dossier, using the following headline on June 9, 1989. LaRouche prosecutor links to Satanic Murder, Inc. confirmed. Assistant U.S. Attorney John Markham, prosecutor in both the Boston and Alexandria Railroad trials of Lyndon LaRouche and a score of associates, was intimately tied into the Process Church of the Final Judgment, a suspected satanic killer cult, for at least the 7-year period immediately before he went to work for the Department of Justice. Documents obtained confirm that John Markham, while an attorney with prestigious law firms in both New York City and San Francisco from 1974 to 1980, was listed in Process Church literature as close collaborator of the church. One citation from the March 1974 issue of the magazine The Procession reports on Markham's involvement with the Process Church thrift shop in Greenwich Village. The New Disciples thrift shop at 181 West 4th Street in New York's Greenwich Village is now really underway. The stock has been built up entirely from charitable donations, some of which have come from as far afield as California. The shop, which has already become part of the scene on busy West 4th Street, is a cooperative venture run by several disciples of the process, including Markham himself. More documentation on the ties between John Markham and the Satan-worshipping Process Church were documented by journalist Carol White, August 18, 1989, with the title, John Markham, Devil's Advocate. The fact that the Justice Department cleared John Markham to become an assistant U.S. attorney despite his prolonged involvement with a satanic cult is certainly extraordinary. It is a benchmark for the deterioration of a justice system which is becoming infamous for its protection of Satanists and pedophiles. Despite repeated requests, investigators have yet to receive an official reply to how Markham could become a federal prosecutor in Boston, despite his ties to the Process Church of the Final Judgment and its successor organization, the Foundation Faith of the Millennium. Markham's links to the Process Church may go back to his school days, but in public records, it has been traced to 1973, when he acted as attorney for the church and drew up incorporation papers which were signed by Christopher Fripp in his capacity as secretary of the process. New documentation shows that Markham was a member of the Process Church in Boston, where his family lived. In 1977, Markham served as the official agent of the Process Church in San Francisco, where it was opening a new branch. Earlier in New York, he served as a member of the corporate board of a financial agency of the church, which operated a second-hand sales outlet for them, the Disciple Thrift Shop. The thrift shop, which Markham served as both corporate officer and volunteer, was empowered to transact real estate and other financial dealings for the church. Indeed, Markham had said that he was given the LaRouche case to handle in Boston and later in Alexandria, Virginia, not despite, but because of his history with this satanic cult. Understanding the direct influence of the Process Church on the Tate and LaBianca murders, it's important to point out the uncanny similarities between the Manson murders and the tragic murders of the McDonald family only 6 months later. And if that's not enough, I even discovered that the sadistic Satanist Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino was coincidentally stationed at Fort Bragg during the time of the Jeffrey MacDonald case. Since 1997, McDonald has been trying to get DNA analysis tests performed on the remaining physical evidence held by prosecutors. The same former CID investigator turned Justice Department prosecutor Brian Murtaugh, who oversaw the conviction of McDonald in the 1979 trial, continues to thwart McDonald's attorneys every step of the way. You simply have to ask yourself, why? If the evidence against McDonald, as Murtaugh has often publicly claimed, is so damning and conclusive. By 2005, a stunning new development occurred in the McDonald case. A former Deputy U.S. Marshal, Jimmy Britt, filed an affidavit with the North Carolina Wake County Courthouse on November 3, 2005, wherein he states that he was a witness to a conversation between Helena Stokeley, and State Prosecutor James Blackburn in Blackburn's office on the 8th floor of the federal courthouse at 310 New Bern Avenue in Raleigh, North Carolina, during the trial of Jeffrey MacDonald in 1979. According to Britt's statement, Blackburn began to interview Helena Stokeley, and in the course of that interview, Stokeley revealed to Blackburn many things, including details of the McDonald home, such as the rocking horse with the broken spring, only known to crime scene investigators, in order to prove to him that she was there. She told Blackburn that she and others were in McDonald's home on the night of the murders, and that they had gone to McDonald's home to get drugs. After Stokeley gave Blackburn the history of her time spent in McDonald's home, Blackburn told her, "If you testify before the jury as to what you have told me or said to me in this office, I will indict you for murder." Blackburn directly threatened Stokeley with murder prosecution if she told the truth concerning the events that happened in the McDonald home in the early morning hours of February 17th, 1970. For a state prosecutor to intimidate, threaten, or coerce a witness to withhold or change testimony in order to suit the state's case is obvious obstruction of justice. To prosecute a man for murder when direct witness testimony has been presented that implicates others as responsible for the crime is prosecutorial malfeasance at its worst. Jeffrey MacDonald is currently serving 3 consecutive life sentences in federal prison and has been incarcerated for nearly 50 years. He has maintained his innocence, never once changing his story, while claiming that he was wrongly convicted as the authorities allowed for the real perpetrators to escape justice. He's filed numerous appeals. They have all been denied. In October 2019, the U.S. Supreme Court declined to hear his case. McDonald, now 81 years old, was reportedly up for parole in May of 2020, but he remains in prison. He would be forced to admit to the murders in order to get released. In the end, as we wander out of the wilderness of error, we're forced to bear witness to the ultimate miscarriage of justice through a fatal vision, intentionally obscuring the very concept of a fair trial. A formidable tale, inevitably revealing the continuing persecution of an innocent man adrift in the American gulag. The Jeffrey MacDonald murder case remains one of the most litigated murder cases in American criminal history. Yet no one seems to be aware of the facts that clearly involve the suppression of exculpatory evidence in order to secure a criminal conviction for the corrupt prosecution. It's time we see through this thin veneer, designed to distract us from the obvious patterns we're intended to ignore. The very patterns which would unintentionally acknowledge the significant conflicts of interest, protected criminal informants, fraudulent federal cover-ups, large-scale drug trafficking, and even the malevolent practice of black magic requiring the use of fertility death rituals and satanic ritual abuse.